next we're going to look at vision boards from fashion planners. Any other key points that anybody learned this morning?
Yeah.
Host ordering. Actually,
So I specifically, well, I learned a lot of things, but I love what we talked about, how use the hours that you can use, but use them productively and plan your days out and find what works for you and make it work for you.
that's good. That's one thing you learned. That's great. And owning the time that you can devote is, just owning it. Anybody else want to share? Since you're sitting right there.
I want to share. I want to share the water. It's fantastic.
Anybody else want to share what they learned? How about the back row there? You guys, what did you pick up from this morning's session? I'm not going to try to
Just better time management.
Okay. Tomorrow we go through the personalities that can help too. So, because some personalities are very good at that, and some just need their own process. How about you?
Entertain and educate.
Entertain and educate. The E's. Okay, good. Anybody else?
Yeah, kind of the McDonald's system that you can plug something in and you start on running right away.
The franchise system. Okay, so whether it's $1 million, whether it's $1 million or $79, you're selling them the business or the company is. So you've got to honor that process. So thank you. That's a good thing to walk away with. How about you guys?
Same thing. I'm just kind of thinking of ways to make class more fun.
Good.
Yeah, I didn't know we were getting paid to party.
That's
You didn't tell me that.
Not that until after. Sorry.
actually a model. You're getting to party. And then you end up having drunks at your parties. So let me talk to you a little bit about this afternoon. What we're going to do throughout this process, what I'm trying to do is emulate a process of event planning. So whatever we're doing today and tomorrow might help you when you guys have opportunity meetings or whatever. So we're going to do an icebreaker. So I'm hoping you'll walk away not just with knowledge, but with a process on how to have a meeting. This afternoon, you're also going to hear from Nikki, who's going to talk about product features and benefits, and sampling and bundling. Bundling is kind of the way, upselling, packaging together. We're going to talk about RGAs. What does RGAs mean? Okay, where's my sampling? So who said that first?
I think I just said it about
Don't you want to sample? You want to work, right? Okay. And then enrolling skills, we're going to hear from Christy and Heather. And maximizing the pay time and Annie. And then back office tech issues. So I just thought for fun, I made some fun facts. I just thought I'd ask you a couple of questions. I'm trying to do whatever I can to give you guys as many samples, okay? What is the #1 brand in the world?
Coke.
Apple.
What is it? It was Coca-Cola, Apple. Yeah. I have here one of the 3 wealthiest women in America. But, well, okay, but that's Naked America.
Mary Kay.
But she still could be one of the wealthiest. 1 out of 3 to give you one name in America.
Technologies.
Actually, the Spanx woman is one of the wealthiest in the world. Just one of the 3 in America. Think of there's a huge store all over the country. Okay, one of the Walmart dollars. Okay, the top 3, 2 of the 3 are the Walmart dollars. Wow. What is the average work week for an employee W-2? Yeah, what is what? the average work week for a W-2?
60 hours.
40.
45.
80.
Let's give it to her, it's 55. Isn't that scary? But do you still get paid the same for a 40-hour work week, right? So when you deduct your hours, you're actually making less now. What is the average work week for a direct selling 1099?
20 hours.
Okay, 2 go up. 2
You got it.
And this is easy. First one that says this, who's the largest direct selling company in the world? It was anyone. They're strong. Yeah, you got it. What is the number one attribute of a CEO?
Vision. Communication.
John, give John one.
Organization.
Something it's hard for us to do. Delegate. Okay. So John and Chrissy, what does the word RGA mean? And give me a couple examples of an RGA.
Revenue generating activities.
Okay,
Teaching a class.
okay. Follow up, you can follow
Finding
up.
confidence through teaching a class.
Okay. Feel free to get them all. Okay, this is a tough one.
Who else had one?
2 Walton daughters and the Mars daughter. Mars daughter. And Dove Chocolate, Mars actually is a credit union company. Jacqueline Mars. Yeah. The 2 Walton daughters. We gotta invite them to okay, this is a good one. What is the definition of insanity?
Doing the same thing over and over again. Different result.
Like the soul. And who is the oldest direct seller? Okay, so Mark gets one and we're done. Okay. So we have to be physical on this icebreaker. I was trying to think of, the goal on icebreakers is to support behavior. So what I wanted to do is do some team building exercises. I'm wearing this because so we're gonna have to physically get out because we're kind of all tight right here. So what we're gonna do is 4 groups. I want Dean to start with count to 4. And then the 1s are gonna go here. The 2s, 3s, and the 4s, we're gonna put together a puzzle. And you'll probably be in groups of 7, it just depends. And putting together a puzzle as a team tells you a lot about who you are. So let's go ahead and get started.
1,
2, 3, 4, 1,
2,
3,
1,
2, 3, 4,
1,
2, 3, 4, 1, 2,
3,
4, 1,
2, 3,
4, 1, 2,
3,
4, 1, 2, 3. You in the corner? 4, you're 4.
I'm 4.
Yeah, 1, 2.
2.
Okay, cool. Okay, so 1's here. You have to physically get. I know it's going to be kind of tight. And we'll put 2s, 3s, and 4s. So you've got 10 minutes. You've got 5 minutes left. 10 minutes to do. Okay, Christy,
Move out of the center, pull in
Oh, wait, maybe we should call. This is like really years out.
Okay, 5 minutes.
They're doing good.
Okay, if you're done, you can go ahead and sit down. You guys are great.
Did we help anyone else?
Oh, what did you say? Oh, how dare
Congratulations on number 1. Nikki, we just need to get, I'm sorry, number 3. Number 3 is finished first. We just need to get all the number 3 samples. So, tell me, did you learn something about team building exercises? And you can implement this with your team. Just tell a little bit
Please
about
raise your hands.
who, go ahead, Dave. And then probably is. So, I know that this was talked to a puzzle. I realize when you're in a hotel, you're taking, so I knew it was part of this. But I want to kind of go through the process of what you gained and what you learned. Obviously, number 3 and number 1 got their puzzles done quicker. So did you see someone step up and take charge on that? Number 3, number 1. Who actually stood up? Did you have multiple leaders?
I thought we had multiple
Yeah,
leaders, but everyone was leading equally at finding the whole goal.
Okay, okay. So in your group, you had a lot of people stepping up to take control, to lead, and
We were all
egos.
sifting, like we were all just sifting, working, handing it to where we could tell it went.
Very good team building. So that means you guys are good. You're good at kind of being part of a team. And egos were involved, or where someone wanted to take over and do it all by themselves. So who was the leader in your process? So a lot of these skills also appear when you're doing team events. So I wanted you to see how it feels to be part of a team, how it feels to interact, and to kind of let go and maybe let someone take the lead in order to get something accomplished. Have you done these fire walks where you walk on coal and you fall backwards and you trust somebody to catch you? I didn't want to be up here today. But also, who was the leader and who were the followers? Who in your group kind of stepped back a little bit? So look at yourself. And I realized this was kind of a tough part because you guys were kind of thrown in, so it's hard to be really interactive. But by putting together puzzles, it tells you about your group and team and how you respond to a team. And then when you won, you got excited and you got the team excited. So that's a big part. Do you feel like you were a good team player in your groups? Do you feel that you stepped up and became, because sometimes people don't want to be part of the team. So, so those follow, lead, and being part of the team and sharing. So I just wanted you psychologically to see how it plays out. So I got those puzzles at Target for $15, and I try to get simple ones. So, okay. So any other questions? Anything else? We'll go ahead. We're a little early. We'll go ahead and get started on the next segment. If anybody has any questions, I'd like to invite up Nikki. She's going to talk about your favorite products, the GSGLife products.
If you're wondering, yes, I did change my shirt. I like the quinoa salad a little too much. So, luckily I came right here from the airport and I got clothes. And my jewelry. Yeah, but because for
You look
me,
great, Nikki.
thanks, as Scott, Okay, I'm going to put a lot of things together and give you guys a chance to practice this. Not only do I, work on the products and the packaging and things, we all do it as a team together too, but I'm also, I guess by default really, responsible for compliance. And what compliance means is that because we are not a drug companies are the only ones that are legally able to make claims on their product, that it does a particular thing, it solves a particular problem or a disease that it will, what is the wording? I should know it by heart by now. Yeah, diagnose, prevent, treat, or cure any disease. Yeah. So you may know that some companies have gotten into some trouble. Some drug marketing companies got into some trouble recently because some of their distributors were making claims, specifically written ones on the internet saying, would help with cancer and all kinds of things which are not legal to make. And the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, and the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, both kind of police that. And so I just want, as we talk about products and its features and benefits, I just want to talk a little bit also about some things that you should avoid saying and avoid writing as you talk about the products. So
Greg spoke to this earlier, that he has an awful lot of stuff in his head that he knows he can't, barrel it into somebody else to be able to get overwhelmed. And so one of the good ways to get around that is to talk about features and benefits and come up with some one-liners that contains a feature and a benefit. So a feature of a product is something about it, maybe it's consistency or what is in it, how it's made. That is a feature, it's an aspect of the product. And then a benefit is how it benefits the customer, what it does for the customer. So I have, this handout here. There are just a few that I put down here. The page is called GSGLife Products, Features, and Benefits. So, for example, the sprouted flax, it has been germinated or sprouted. That's a feature. And what it does, the benefit is it makes the nutrients locked in the seed become bioavailable. So, a feature and a benefit. Another thing that approaching it this way might do is to help prospective team members not be intimidated and think that they have to be an expert on these products, or that they have to practically be a nutritionist. And that can be really daunting for them. But if you can make it simple and you can get as technical as you want if they ask questions, but you don't have to just spout it all out and get it all out there and overwhelm them. So another example, protein powders are made from pea and hemp proteins, so what it's made of, which are easily digested. So that is the benefit. The drink mixes come in single serve packets. That's a feature for easy nutrition on the go. Benefit. So it doesn't always have to be a health thing for what it does with your body. And then I've got examples there for Ultimate Minerals and Prezyme Pro as well. So as we're going to practice this, and I'm going to draw a product, and I want you to come up with a feature and a benefit, and we'll share them. And as we do that, we'll talk a little bit more about compliance. So some guidelines to begin with. I've got them down here on the bottom of the sheet. So I've got a rule of thumb on here, which is make no sickness to wellness claims. Don't say that it's going to heal heart disease or reverse diabetes or something. So, and then another rule of thumb is just to not really name the disease. Specifically cancer, that seems to really be the one that gets honed in on, that it's going to heal it or prevent it. There's ways to get around it, and to be honest about it and to be able to promote your products. But so some of the things that you can't do, for example, the first example is a no, is you can't say helps alleviate depression. You can't say that because it uses the word depression. That's a disease. Yeah, diagnosis, correct. So that is, and it's also a sickness to wellness thing. Yeah.
So on the tear sheet, it says has been shown to help lessen depression and anxiety.
The tear sheet of which,
GSGLife.
and which product specifically is it?
I think
That was more about
Right, you can talk about how, especially something that's been looked at over and over again, that you
So
can
you
find.
can say
all kinds of
omega, you can say omegas have been shown to
Yes,
alleviate depression.
right.
That's okay.
Yep, omega-3s are shown, yeah, right.
Yes.
Omega-3s are shown to have many benefits, and then you can name what those benefits are. So, right, especially if there's, mountains of the evidence for it. Another kind of rule of thumb too is the words you use, like heal or gets rid of or something. If you're not a drug company, then your products are for normally healthy people. They're not for sick people to get better. And so that's how we kind of have to talk about them. That they promote wellness, they support wellness. Or health, or heart health. You can say it sustains heart health, promotes heart health, supports heart health, but you can't say it cures heart disease. So is that kind of getting a little clearer in your mind? Okay. Right, so that's the next example. You can't say reverses heart disease, but you can say helps maintain a healthy heart. And that would be true for things like, omegas and proteins and several other items. Okay, the next one, you can't say relieves chronic constipation, because that is I guess it would be like a diagnosis, something that is happening all the time. It's a sick person, but you can say it alleviates occasional constipation. You might have heard this on TV when they're talking about Tylenol or something. It'll say, for those occasional times when you have pain or something. And so it talks about, everybody gets sick, and this will help that occasional, it will alleviate that occasional symptom. But, not that you're really sick and it's going to cure all that and fix all that. So is that a little bit clear too? Yeah.
So can you say it healed my chronic constipation?
As
you
an
wanna
instructor, you can tell your story, absolutely.
Yeah.
There, if you use other people's testimonials, you have to be a little careful because it's not yours. Testimonials are a little squishy there. Spoken is a lot easier to get away with, and I hate to say get away with, that's really not what I mean. But, written when it's right there, that seems to be what they can go with. But the thing is, we do all know people that have reversed heart disease, frankly. When I traveled with Robin, I stopped getting surprised when people said, my type 2 diabetes, gone. Heart disease, gone. 100 pounds, gone. Not even surprised. So, in those testimonials, they just keep rolling in, for the detox and all kinds of things. Yeah.
What if you read something scientifically that says this, like, a plant-based diet will reverse heart disease or, make these claims? Can you say that based on really scientific
Studies.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to have your source, and it can't just be one. So when I've read some of the studies, if there is just one study, then they don't really prosecute this much. They'll warn a company, and then you guys are affiliated with us, and so things that you say also affect the whole company. So, they would warn us, but they're not gonna throw us in jail, fine, there might be a fine or something, but it can't affect your status as an instructor if there is a repeated problem. So we want to make sure that we have a company culture of compliance and that we understand that as we talk about our products.
And Robin will bail us out of jail.
Yeah.
Vicki, I have a question.
Yeah.
Now that we're doing more of the compliance training, like we have it on our virtual office and whatnot, going back, like say Facebook posted me in the past, since I haven't really claimed all these things, but do we need to go back and review, just make sure that wording, or is it just kind of this straightforward?
It wouldn't hurt. Now, the training that I received fairly recently said that, 2016, they're starting to get a little harder. But the thing that we need to do is show that we have this training, to show that we've talked about it. And, I don't think anybody would say, you got to go back and do that, because now you know better. And, like they say, when you know better, you do better. So, and that we're just showing that we have a process and that we've talked to you about it and had a little training on it. Any other questions? Yeah.
Wait, when we're talking about whey protein, we talk about how it's highly processed and it's a byproduct of, dairy processing. Can we say things like that?
You can all day long you can say what a product is, what it is, like what it's made of. I mean, that is what whey protein is. It is a highly processed milk product. So yeah, all day long you can say what's in it, what sprouted flax is, why we do it.
And is it okay for us to talk about the China study and case studies?
Yes, those are very well documented. Absolutely, yeah.
One other thing, just kind of going off of everything you said, that again, being new to a lot of the products, don't be afraid to say, I don't know, when somebody asks you a question.
Right.
That way you'll avoid any kind of situation where you might make a false claim. Say, I don't know, but then follow up with that person, because you're going to be following up with people. We just talked about that. Follow up with them and say, oh, by the way, I read this study, or I learned that this product in answer to your question. People really appreciate that.
They do.
When you can say, hey, I actually went to the trouble of researching this and I figured out the answer to your question. So don't be afraid to say, I don't know when somebody asks you a question about a product or something. But get back to them, follow up with them, find out, because we have all these great resources to answer those questions specifically and get people that good information without having to make any false claim, just because we didn't know.
Right, and then you guys found that to be true,
Oh,
as
yeah.
you've been teaching, yeah.
I just was gonna share a story. I was teaching a class once, and at the beginning, I talked about how I don't claim to heal or any of that stuff. And so I was going on doing my normal presentation. And then at the end, when it was just a few people there, this lady said, okay, tell me the truth. Will this help my inflammation? And I said, it's a proven fact that having a healthy diet will help your inflammation. You take that however you want. That is science. Whether you choose to follow healthy guidelines is up to you. But I didn't say, our product will help your inflammation if you take it. She's like, tell me the truth, will it help? So, I mean, there's always a way to answer a question right there, and just say, there are health benefits that come with having it.
And you can tell your own experience. In my experience, yeah, my information's down.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, for example, does this cure insomnia?
No.
Cures mine. Okay, cure mine, right? We all know this. But do we say that it cures insomnia? How can we say it differently?
I have found that I'm sleeping better at night, and I can go to sleep and stay asleep better since I've been taking this.
Great. You can talk about what it is, like a feature. A feature of this product is that it carries ionic organic minerals, and minerals are crucial for supporting hormonal activity. Absolutely crucial. And what is a hormonal activity? Your sleep cycle. If it needs to be regulated, minerals help regulate those types of things.
I get this question often, if we have studies on the minerals. Do you have any research and studies? And then I've been told we don't, so what do I say to those people?
Yes, our specific product has not had specific tests on our bread. But yes, fulvic acid and humic acid, there are studies.
So do we have any specific studies we can direct our
Yes, there's tons out there.
I just don't know which one should I direct them to, and they're like, well, this isn't your product. So I'm just wondering how to address that situation.
Right, well, if we were selling, pumpkin seeds or something, our specific pumpkin seeds wouldn't have to be tested to show that they're what they do. Yeah, right, exactly. Thank you. So, that would be.
So how do I say what's special about this one?
Yeah,
Another.
Well, it's super concentrated. Yeah, it's super concentrated, and it's got bolts in it. It's not normally you just get the fulvic, and also it is water extracted, which is different. It's not chemically extracted. So I'm getting something really technical.
Because some people want to know that. So it's water extracted? So
Yeah, so there's different ways of extracting things. Those of you who've taken chemistry know this, and I hope I don't say it wrong, but for example, when you make vanilla, your own vanilla, you have the bean, and then you put in, vodka or some kind of an alcohol, and the alcohol extracts the flavor out. And then when you cook it, the alcohol cooks off because it boils off at a certain temperature. And so then you're just left with the flavor. So with fulvic acid, they take the raw product, the raw, plant material, and they, most companies will chemically extract it, with a pardon? Yeah, alcohol is one of the typical ones. When I was first looking at folks who might do this for us, I know that he told me a specific way they do it, and it was, some long name. But then when I talked with our biochemist that does this for us, she said that she is a, doctor, she's a doctorate in biochemistry, and she figured out how to, with water and enzymes, is how she extracts it. And as you know, enzymes will do their work and take away the things that don't belong, but leave the things that do belong. And so that's how it's done. So that is why, I don't know if you've had other companies, folic acids, but they have a tinny taste to them. They have a metally taste. Okay, that's been chemically extracted. That's how you know. So, yeah, we have a water and enzyme process. That is different. Besides our really heavy concentration. So we're not shipping bottles of water everywhere. If it were any more concentrated, it would precipitate, and that's why we have you shake it, because it, it wants to. It's very, very concentrated. Yeah.
Sorry, still on that product. So what is the difference between using the filtered water versus just your tap water with that? Does it interfere with how the minerals
If your
are
tap water has been treated with chlorine, you don't want to take this with chlorine, because if you've read up on it, you know that one of the ways that it works is it thins out the cell wall so that things can get good. Does this electrically, and it's been explained to me, and I have to have her re-explain it to me every once in a while. But it thins that, it increases the permeability of the cell. And then that makes it so that the good stuff that it carries naturally, like the minerals, and it also has some amino acids and vitamins too, can get in there. Where was I going with that? What was the rest of your question?
Chlorine.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So, as you know, chlorine is poisonous to any living cell, right? If you've got chlorine in your body and you're making your cell membranes thin, you just don't want chlorine. It's just not a good idea.
So it's the chlorine aspect.
Right, so if the water hasn't been chlorinated, then it's fine, but.
Well, and just as a side note, sorry, I'm gonna interrupt only because I just recently did a lot of research on this because I just moved and I had regular tap water at my other place and was looking into getting the whole chlorine filtration system for my home because your skin absorbs it when you take a shower, and chlorine is in all of your water. Just, it is. So know it's there. Don't use the minerals in your tap water unless it has been filtered with the chlorine. You can call your city and find out how much chlorine. It kind of doesn't matter though, because every city has chlorine in their water. And in the last 5 years, many cities except Linden in this county have raised the amount of chlorine they're putting in the water because there were a few incidents, and so to be safer.
This is kind of off subject, but kind of not. This morning when I was washing my hands, I could smell the chlorine in my water, and I never had that happen. Then you wonder if they up the level.
Well, they fluctuate it depending on.
It was a lot.
They bump it up. With that, I've had a couple customers that have read, about one was my mother-in-law. She's like, you know about this, and so in classes, I tried to make a point to not really address the concern of it, but to point out, I just always say, with ultimate minerals, the most important thing is you want to use good filtered water. You don't want to use your chlorinated tap water. So I just point that out to make them aware, but not really go into the depth of that there's more benefit that we're getting here. We don't really want to worry. Just we're going to eat too much kale and we're going to die. No, you're better off, right? So I try to address that, but so that they're aware, the whole way sticks in their mind that I use some good filtered water. And then I just say you're going to get a greater benefit from this product when you do that. So that they're aware, I feel like I have that responsibility, but to not create this whole uproar.
Well, we've had 0 complaints, 0 incidences of anything. And as far as I know, there are no incidences of any other folic acid products. It's kind of a known chemical thing. And so, we just want to be responsible and say, hey, don't take chlorine. Not a good idea. And, I think we have it in the training materials that if they take medication, it can make their medication a little stronger. So just take it later or take it earlier. Yeah.
I mean, is something better than nothing though? Like if they won't be able to get
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Let's tell them put it in bottled water.
Yeah, or tomato juice. Yep. All right, those are good questions, and I know that they come up. So I just want to do some practicing for a minute with the features and benefits, and we are going to do it with some books too. Okay. Just release. You guys. Woo! you guys have a big laugh. You guys have
Some people are not. Let's do 30 more seconds. I like that you say
I guess.
All right, let's do what everyone has to say about this.
Features of this truck, this is the glass straw.
Premium glass straws.
Yes. So the features of it is it's Pyrex glass, dishwasher safe, DPA free, and the benefits of it is helps you drink your smoothie effortlessly. It's really thick and easy to clean as well, and without any like taste from the plastic.
Can you copy the world?
So. Christy, can you do one sentence that has one feature and one benefit that comes from that feature?
Yes, it's a wide mouth straw that makes it so that I can drink my smoothies faster and easier for chunky. Okay. All right, row 2.
Hi. This is our protein powder, and it's made with whole foods without fillers or preservatives, and so our body is able to recognize it easily.
Row 3.
So we have the superfood greens, and there are 2 servings of greens in each scoop, and there are simple whole food ingredients in there. And a benefit is that it's convenient and simple. Just put a scoop in your water.
All right, row 4.
Okay, it's got sprouted ground flaxseed. The 2 most prominent features here we have is sprouted, which the benefit for you is 500+% more nutrition, and it's ground. You have to, flaxseed is proven it has to be ground in order for you to obtain those nutrients. So that makes it much quicker in your kitchen.
Okay, we have the 12 steps to Whole Foods Manual, and there's so many features for this book that I could talk for a long time. But the main feature is that it is a comprehensive guide to get your life to a whole foods plant-based lifestyle. And the neat thing about it is it's broken down into 12 steps, so you can take any month of the year and start into step 1, focus on step 1 for a month, then go to step 2 for the next month, step 3. So it's a very easy way to learn how to incorporate whole plant-based, fermented, gardening, everything into your life. So by the end, so a year from today, you will be on a complete whole foods plant-based, self-sufficient plan.
Yay.
That was no
But you
period.
did it. No, you're
No period. I didn't do the rest. No period.
All right, let's go.
All right, healthy holiday favorites. This is a compilation of a variety of recipes that and provides a resource for eating healthy as others have discovered.
Yay.
Any requests for more of those books? The healthy holiday favorites. I love that.
More.
Great chili recipe.
I'm sorry, you said it was a testimonial?
No,
we need
I would listen more.
Oh, more holiday favorites, yeah.
So you give them away as
Yes.
Yes, did you hear that? I love those recipes. Did you share that?
We still sell it.
No. Well, we're not making any more, but isn't it part of the hostess?
Where are they?
The hostess rewards.
Right here.
Rewards, exclusive.
Yep, that's a benefit. As a feature of the hostess host rewards, exclusive products that you don't want to get them, right? Or the benefit to the instructor is that it's more incentivizing, right?
Yeah.
So one of our products, of course, is the opportunity, right? Somebody give me a feature of the opportunity. That's a feature of the GSGLife. Okay, and what is the benefit of freedom?
Time and money freedom.
Okay.
Time and money freedom.
So and a lot of the your own stuff, right? Okay. What is another feature of the business opportunity? And what is the benefit of using the cable system? Okay. Yeah, you guys have the hang of this. I didn't hear one product claim that would have been illegal. Good job. The next thing that we're going to move on to is upselling. And upselling is just, well, what is upselling? Who's been selling? So, yeah.
Encouraging people to buy as a group, a group of products so that they're buying more.
Yeah, buying more, right? You want the customers to buy more. In that clothes, that we talked about, and you maybe give them a choice or something, you always want them to buy a little something extra. And a benefit of that is that it helps the host it helps your bottom line, right? And what else? Okay. So one way of doing that, of course, is to say, buy two. But probably the easiest way is to do bundling of products. If there is one of the products that they're interested in and you see that they are going to, that's what they want, then you can tell them how adding this other product will help what they're trying to do. So what is a typical product that somebody wants to buy?
Protein, everybody wants protein.
All right. So if I'm looking at this and I've been smelling it and it smells good and you gave me a taste and I really liked it, and this is what I know I'm going to take home. How could you upsell me on this? What bundles well with this? Yes.
I would just say, well, you could add the flax to that, because you need that with your smoothie, and it's not going to increase your shipping costs.
Okay. Those were really good points there. Okay, will you say it one more time?
Mark, stand up.
So when you add the protein in your smoothie, and then you add the flax, it's what you need to make your smoothie a complete meal. But by adding one more product, your shipping cost is the same. And so you add it.
Right. So two benefits there, complete meal and no extra shipping costs. Right.
And if you switch to add the minerals, you can get the shipping for free.
There you go.
Right. Or is that not? That's a great bundle.
Well, you just elevated to 3 SKUs divergence. Right now on auto ship, I think auto ship is 2.5 or 3 SKUs for auto ship average, right? So the goal is if you can elevate through upselling, and bundling is going to be big this year, but the word bundle itself is what we're talking about. So by elevating your SKU purchases to 3.5, you're going to make more money, your host is going to make more money, and everybody's going to win. So think about bundling. And I want you to think about a company called Miriam. You heard of Miriam? They're big on sampling. And the reason they are now a $400 million company is that they give their products to the consumer, or the customer, or the new distributor, and say, you know what, try this and let's talk in 3 days. So they're using the sampling process to increase their business. So bundle, upsell, cross-category upsell, and then what you'll see is you'll see your paycheck increase and you'll see it's in the so.
Cross-category upsell is not a term that I've heard before. What it sounds like to me is you would say, if you're gonna buy this, you really want this book.
Yes.
Okay, that's cross-category. Okay, so, there's another type of bundle that you can think of. How does an education product go with a nutrition product? And, how can you get them to actually use it, and to buy some more?
One that's been really easy to sell is the Big Book of Green Smoothies, because they're like, I'm not creative, I need your recipes. I'm like, this is what you need, because it'll give you a ton of recipes, because they're buying the stuff for the smoothies usually, and I can usually get them to buy the Big Book, because they start complaining about recipes and I'm boring and I make the same thing over.
Okay, that's great. What's a good cross-category bundle with, let's do these. So if it's not a nutrition product, what would be a good cross-category? Yeah.
Well, I always saw that with the protein. So I say when I go out of town, I always mix and match the protein with the superfood drinks. Because then I can do the berry protein with that. I can do the vanilla protein with the superfood greens for a quick breakfast in the morning when I'm on the run.
Okay, great.
I'd also throw in the bottle. So when you are out and about, then you have the blender bottle.
Yeah, this one, or now we have the GSGLife bottle, right? Okay.
And even when you go to the full product, you can even sell the single servings. Because I've noticed more and more people traveling like to take that with them versus, so when they buy a product, they can also buy the samples, right?
Yes.
One more.
Yeah,
My daughter
great.
loves the superfood greens and the minerals. She shakes that and puts that in her water bottle when she goes to basketball. And I don't know, I've heard some say you're not supposed to put the minerals with something else, but that's what she does. And I don't know if it's just in her head, but she swears she plays basketball better. And I think it's awesome. And she sold that for me because she feels that gives her more energy, and she loves how she feels, and she has better performance. So I like mixing those two.
Yeah, that reminds me of Robin and her son's team, a couple teammates like. Okay, other examples that you found work well. Yeah.
Actually, this is Julie Sheep's idea that minerals, when you're taking in morning or night or in the afternoon, when you have one bottle, you stick it by one sink. That if you're in multiple places in your house, it's good to have more than one bottle. Put one by your kitchen sink, put one by your bathroom sink. Upsells.
Oh, Julie, use it. Yeah, was that what you're gonna say, Julie? Was that your? Oh, you got it.
I say that too, but I feel very strong about the Green Smoothie Diet book because it's so it's an easy read and it's a good place to start and it's non-judgmental. So I try to get every single person to read that book, even if they don't go out the door with anything else.
Hey, I think you should write down
want them
everything she just said.
to read that Green Smoothie Diet book.
So how do you?
And I don't know if this
I
is
feel really
authorized.
strongly about the Green Smoothie Diet, but that reminds me of Michelle saying, "My friend says I need to buy this
Yeah.
dessert, so I just did." You know, she
Like
feels really strongly about it.
even if they're trying to walk out the door about not buying anything, I'll be like,
I feel really strongly about
I
it.
will sell you this for $15. I'll pay you your shipping. Because I have a stack of money in it. And so then they'll just give me cash. Just, I want you to read this book. And then I just follow up. Did you read your book? How do you feel? So I feel like the Green Smoothie Diet book is what gets the green smoothie in our heart. And then it might not, it will start to pan out. But I've just really started doing that in the last month. But I'm doing that every class.
So the apron is a great idea.
How do you explain to them what it's about? Because they're like, can you just kind of tell me everything about it? At the
Well,
class?
I just say, I tell them there's a whole chapter of recipes in there, so that they feel like they have the recipes. But I also just kind of tell my story. Like after I read this book, I felt empowered. I felt non-judgmental. Like it didn't matter what I wasn't doing right. It just made me feel like, oh yeah, I can add in a green smoothie, and I can see why I want to do it. There's every little bit of way of how to do it in here. It's not a hard read. I just kind of tell them that and just do it. And I say, I just wish I could give this book to everyone, but everyone would just put it in their stack of good intentions and no one would read it. So I want you to buy this book before you leave. That's my green smoothie diet shell.
Yeah, I did. Okay, and then there was another, wasn't there? Somebody else had an example of upsells.
And it's good to remember upselling means instructional bottles, straws, and means anything cost category, anything that can elevate your average purchase from $50 to $75.
Well, especially have this one is my favorite upsell because I love the minerals and I love the Design Pro. And I think those two together are simple to do. You can put a drop in your water and you can swallow with pill. You don't need a blender, you don't need anything fancy. And if people have, certain things going on in their lives, they have fatigue, right? I mean, they don't sleep well. There's lots of different things we know there are small benefits to improving their health that way. And it's super simple. Swallow a pill, put a drop in your water. And in 90 days, most people feel completely improved from whatever their situation was before. So I love that bundle. It's my favorite bundle. And I love it too because I have some people who aren't sold on Design Pro, but they love the minerals and they want the good stuff. So they're going to try Design Pro.
Well, that's a hippie bundle, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's wonderful. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you. There's one creation.
And I think, Doug, did you?
Oh, yeah. I was thinking on that book, if you give them the book where you bought some in advance, you just say, if you honestly read this book, and it's not for you, bring it back, I'll give you another back. Because the percent of coming back is going to be.
And of course, all of our products are guaranteed.
Yeah.
They don't like it, they send it back to us and we'll give them back. Yeah.
I upsell on the chocolate super food just because that's our sweet treat at home. So I talk about the green smoothie and then we do the chocolate smoothie, but I talk about the no-bake chocolate cookies and I'm like, I will send you both those recipes. You have to have this because everyone wants a sweet treat. So that's been, especially the October promotion, awesome.
Yeah, I loaded up.
So that was like upsell like crazy. Like you have to get this. This is what you send that on.
Right, hot chocolate season coming on. Yeah, coconut milk, warm coconut milk. Any other ones? Yeah.
So it's already they decide I want a protein and I want one of the flaxseed or the trial mega, and you're like, oh, why don't you get the Power Essentials? You know, for no more shipping, you get one more product, which will help you absorb the nutrients a whole lot better.
There you go. Yeah, love it. And it, you know, it steers them to a product that's already bundled for them, and it's easy and encouraging auto delivery as well. Okay, yeah.
Just the sales. I have it in a really nice frame. It's right in the center. And I talk about multiple times. If you're gonna start with, you know, whatever that is. Because they know they're already getting a deal. And then they'll have a good experience and, you know, go back. But I all the same things.
I like that. And I like kind of what Christy was saying. It shows that she knows her customers to know that, you know, there's this one that they really like, one they're not quite so sure about, and it shows that she's keeping track of her customers. She knows them, and she's following up with them. Hey, I know you like this one, and you're not so sure about this, but look at this great deal. And that's one of the things we're trying to do with the monthly specials is give you a chance to let people try different things. Yeah.
I really miss the Trail Mega bundle for the Power Essentials. So I made my own. I take my order sheet and I put, you know, Power Essentials with Trail Mega, and then I put the price, and then I copy that one. And I upsell every single person in the Trail Mega. Every single person. Maybe 1 out of 20 will want the class because I love it, and I'm hoping this isn't wrong, but broccoli seeds are known to be a good cancer fighter. And I've had cancer, and that's part of my story, so I talk about that, and I just say I love having a mixture of all three, and yeah.
Right, yeah, broccoli sprouts have a very high concentration of sesquiterpenes, which is something that is used to fight cancer, so yeah. That's right, yeah.
I think you always need to have your favorite product because you can upsell that. Always. Because whatever you're passionate about, they're gonna want.
Okay, there it is right there. And that encapsulates
that
everything right
energy.
there.
Like I can feel it talking about it, they can feel it too.
So if you're already gonna be selling the what's it called?
Power Essentials?
Greens, why not get a bottle to put it in? Because when he started making green smoothies, people were always making fun of him. And here it says what's in it, and it shows a legitimate company that promotes this. So then they'll look at it and say, oh gosh, there's lots of other people doing this, so I guess it's not so weird after all.
Well, isn't it, that's the bandwagon fallacy, right? I remember my life. Yeah, that, hey, it works, right? Yeah, and, you know, legitimately, it does. Yeah.
Take off on that is the new GSGLife shaker bottles and the superfoods, a great combination. Because it does settle for being a whole foods, right? So when you shake it up in a shaker bottle, it helps. Yeah,
right. Yeah, that's super. Okay, I love what you've come up with. And you are going to talk about sampling, right?
Well, and Nikki's the product lady, so any feedback you guys have for Nikki, she's here today and tomorrow. This is perfect.
Right, and I do appreciate, because I get feedback from you, and I appreciate that, and I consider it all, and, you know, that's why we have this shaker bottle, you know, that we partnered with blender bottle, that's why we have the straws, is why we have the natural products. You said you wanted it. Okay, so we'll make it happen if we can. Carolyn, did you, who was it? Okay.
I'm doing an expo, and this will be, well, this is the third one I've been asked to do, and the first one I'm actually able to do, but every time they ask for research, we want research, and I may have contacted you, we want research to show that your product does this, this, and this. What I've given them is the China study and the Yale meta studies that show a plant-based diet can improve health, and that's it. That seems to have been enough, so if I need to be doing more or less, or that's not okay, that's
Especially when you're talking about the whole thing about plant-based diets.
Plant-based diet.
Yeah, thanks. Then, yeah, certainly that those would be good enough for China study. I mean, if they don't accept it, if they want something more specific, I generally go to, what is it, NDPIK?
Yeah, you sent me the link,
Did
actually,
I?
it's a,
Okay.
yeah, long, yeah.
Yeah.
That
you
shows all the
type in your-
different product types.
Yeah, type in your search engine. You know, when I was researching probiotics, you know, which ones do we include? That's where I went. You know, which ones are the hardiest? You know, which ones are the most researched, so that we could get a good product.
Some actually, there was one that actually I couldn't be part of the expo because they wanted a specific study on this product. And I said, this is what I can give you, and I can give you the studies on, you know, the ingredients that are within the product, but not the specific product. So I said no.
Yeah, and that's
Okay,
one of the things I
that's
love
fine.
about Whole Foods product is it's food, you know?
I know, that's what I'm
It's
like.
not a weird chemical mix of stuff.
It's not, yeah, and that's what I tried to tell him, but.
Yeah, I have a comment, this is going back to what you were talking about, the blender bottles. Even before you added the blender bottle to our line, always for class giveaways, I buy the blender bottles at Whole Foods or Home Goods has them sometimes cheaper. But for really easy, kind of less expensive giveaways, they take the blender bottle and then they put one of the little packets of the superfood reds or the superfood greens or the protein powder as giveaways for my classes. So now that we have our blender bottle, it's even easier. Great. But it makes it inexpensive.
Carolyn, did you have another thing you were gonna say?
Lori's.
Oh,
Laura,
yeah,
sorry, Laura.
I wanted to say this, I keep forgetting. That Freezone Pro, there's nothing on the market that compares to that. We were making our own probiotics before this product came out, and then we were taking digestive enzymes. I started taking that, and then it went on back order, and I couldn't get it, then I really noticed the difference when I was off of it. So it promotes my digestive system very well, so I love that product.
I was just gonna say, I love the rebranding of the Ultimate Minerals. You guys all love the new Ultimate Minerals. Have you seen it? Okay, because everybody's seen the new model.
Yeah.
So I love that.
It matches
great. And it matches Design Pro. Love it. So my question is, are we going to be branding the consumable products as well to look more like that? That's the goal at GSGLife. Get the two companies more separate.
I totally forgot when I was talking about 2016, what we have coming up. Don't look at me because they're gonna get mad because I'm the worst secret keeper ever, but let me just ask you. This is not a promise of what's coming. But how would you feel about giving your enthusiasm level whole organic food bars? How would you feel about raw, organic, whole foods, multivitamin?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's check it, what they think about it. Should we like throw out some? When my contract expires in April with another company, my non-compete, essential oils.
Yeah.
I got another one I wanted to ask just to see. I don't know if we can really compare it. They just like the first one they were most excited about because it was the first one. Bars.
Well, we always like to hear from you, you know, what you want, the types of ingredients you want, what is working for you, what's not working for you. We consider all of it. I don't think it's just going into the void.
I pass all of that on, every single one of those requests that come back.
So we appreciate you, and, you know, you're why we're here, so keep talking to us.
Yay.
Robin is gonna take a minute and lead us in a stretch.
Because I can't stand sitting for long periods of time. So everybody up. Find a little space. It's has anybody seen my latest YouTube video about sitting?
Yeah.
Everybody lean this direction. I was surprised you didn't have us standing the whole time. Right? All the way up. You want to go the other side yet? Stand on your toes. Back down and to the other side. Doesn't that feel good? Oh, stress every day. So my video talked about how if I'm on the phone, I don't allow myself to sit in my chair. Up. That works in pretty much any workplace. And then I do stretches. Oh yeah. Do this side again. Up. To the right again. Okay, now see if you can spread out a little bit so you can see about touching your toes. Or at least hanging forward. Feel good?
Touch my toes.
and.
Any variation on this is okay. You can start here if you want, but take one leg. And you can hold it behind you if you want to. Hold your knee in front of you. But see if you can stand on one leg. Balance.
What do you want?
You're not doing it while you're traveling, are you? Okay, other leg. Bring your knee out in front. You can bring your foot out in front if you want. And now let's just twist. So same side you started on, just to the left.
Right.
Back in front, just to the right. Now notice this, we're gonna go all the way to the left and go further this exercise. Increase your range of motion, go a little further. And back to where we're going. Put your hands down in front of you, and now deep inhale. Stretch. Exhale. Okay, you ready for?
Everybody should feel nice and loose and stretched out. I wanted to remind all of us that we still have the ideas for the parking lot. So, hi.
Andy's here.
Hello. Hey, Andy, you're up too? Yeah. Okay. Everybody knows Andy? We still have the parking lot here, so if there's any questions, ideas, recommendations, or suggestions, feel free to walk up and post it. And you've got Nikki and Kristen, you've got everybody here today, so Rob and of course Sandy. This is the time to grab people for ideas. We are planning 2016 on Monday in a staff meeting, so you need to get your ideas to the staff today or tomorrow.
If there was such a thing as bars, imagine. First, number one. Yes. Email me, Nikki@greensleader.com. Tell me the flavors. If.
Couple ideas. When Nikki was speaking, I wanted to share a couple thoughts. In nutrition, I was just taking notes as he was talking. I thought I'd do a check. In the nutrition and the direct selling world, and I'm laughing because I'm staying at a hotel right across. My window looks at Twin Lab, which is right across the street. The top 3 selling health categories in direct selling are weight loss, someone brought that up earlier, vitality, which can mean sex, that's a huge industry, and energy. And energy has become a very big category because everybody now is exhausted from driving long distance, working longer hours. So you see a lot more people drinking Red Bull and Monster. And now they put it in their alcohol at night. So those 3, and endurance can be performance, that can be bodybuilders. So those 3 categories are huge in the health industry. So if you piggyback on any of those areas, you've got, as you know, Visalis, Lima, Shaklee, Herbalife is probably the largest nutrition. Before we were talking, some companies do clinical trials, which is a controlled study process. So when you do clinical trials as a company, it allows you to make claims. So let's say you do a 90-day clinical trial on weight loss in the product, so you can actually make a claim. So unless a product has had those success studies or clinical trials, which are extremely expensive to do, you have to be cautious with your claims. So what I've recommended in the past, start building a testimonial book, because there's not going to be a testimony out there that you're not going to want to grab onto. Obviously, your personal testimonial is the most important, and that's the one you're going to sell the most. I'm actually going through a very special stage at my age in my life as a woman, and you guys can kind of feel what that is, but the minerals actually help me through that process. So my personal experience for menopause is using the minerals. So start a testimonial book or just fun facts, books you can always refer to. I always say use your upline testimonial till you have your own. Disclaimer, somebody said in the back, I don't know who it was, when you open up your class, you make that kind of disclaimer, I'm not here to cure, was that you? Yeah. So by stating your disclaimer on everything you do, you know, hey, I'm not a doctor, I'm not here to cure you or whatever. So you've added your disclaimer to the process so nothing can happen from your process. So that's a great idea to open up your classes or even close. Mineral deficiency, Americans are really seeing a massive loss of minerals in what we eat because of our soil. So our soil is so bad now, I think that's why minerals are so critical because, and I come from the state agriculture as our number one producer of agriculture in California, Central California. And the soil has just gotten so bad as that people are missing minerals in their food. So that's why I think minerals is really, really important. So I think that's all the notes I show. Okay, so next up, and again, feel free to walk up here and add anything you want to. Next up, we're going to talk about RGAs. I know you guys know what that means. And you've got the handouts in your total. I'm going to go through. The goal is that when you leave here tomorrow, you want to spend 80% of your time doing these particular activities. You're going to have to take a shift in your business on Monday. You may find, this is one, because I'm done. I'm so used to it. I know. I know there's a lot of people. It's all the excitement.
That house in the store was
Yeah, the garage.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks, thank you. Thanks for
I can bring the jacket over.
So the goal is, when you even start your business Monday, is that you're gonna have to analyze your behaviors and what you do. And it might be tough for you to stop doing certain things. But I want you to make a commitment to yourself that you're gonna follow the 80-20 rule of spending most of your time creating revenue that might not happen tomorrow, and it might not happen next week, but it's gonna happen next month. So this means a big shift. And it also means that you need to track what you're doing. I guess you're gonna have to get they can download the Passion Planner online, so you don't have to pay for it. So but track at the end of the day at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, look at what you've done. The only way you're gonna make money in this business is by your performance. If you spend all of your time managing people, you're not gonna be making money. So the goal is your performance. And what I want you to do is think about how many hours. I think most of you own your hours. I don't think there's a lot of people in here that are full-timers, but whether it's 20 or 40 hours, I want you to own it. And then when we go through this process, I want you to think of your paycheck for last month, if you got it, or maybe you got it the month before, and divide your hours into whatever you earned, commissions, retail, selling your own products, whatever you earn. And I want to see where we net out too. And the goal is to do $25 an hour for the month. So, we talked earlier about your first 90 days in the business. We've got a couple of people here that are in their 90 days. This is where you lay your foundation for success. And as I mentioned too, you want to give yourself 2 to 3 years to to really build your direct selling business, because you can become millionaires in this business. It's really up to you to determine that. So I'm going to talk about your 80% activities. And these are just ideas. You guys may already be doing some of these things, but 80% of your time needs to be creating flyers, mailers, and outbound phone calls, post packets, or even opportunity packets. Does anybody have any opportunity packets made up with anything? Even a copy of? You got one? Okay. Did you use green?
Yes, I use
Good.
green folder.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Green means money or prosperity. So have your packets ready to go. Any presentation in any form, Chamber of Commerce, community, anything. Three-way calls with prospects, hosts, your team. How many of you have three-way calling feature on your phone or even use it on your phone? Yeah, 2 people, 3 people? 4 people? Okay. You probably have it on your phone. You can open it up. I'm with AT&T. You call, it's $1 a month. And what you do is you make a phone call to your prospect that you're looking at signing up, and then you three-way call and you upline your sponsor. So it's very easy to do, and it's nice to have different personalities on the call. Sometimes it's not just you that's going to do it, and sometimes by hearing a confirmation from somebody else makes the process easier. Then you click off your upline, and then you seal the deal thereafter. So, but three-way calls are real. Bringing guests and prospects to meetings. I don't know, a lot of you live in this area. You can meet with other instructors and maybe meet up at the Hampton or the gorgeous Holiday Inn that I'm staying at. Have meetings and share the costs, and again, the costs are write-offs. But a lot of these hotels are struggling with their meeting rooms, so you can, even Panera is now building all of their restaurants with a back room for meetings. So you can negotiate and you can pretty well get a sweet deal and meet up once a week, once a month. Personal development, this is something that Robin said. And my philosophy is you gotta redeposit back into your own savings account. You guys aren't gonna be able to give to others if you don't have anything left inside. So it's important that you make sure that some of your time is learning and growing. As I had mentioned, I'm constantly going to other companies' parties and classes, and the Cabby invited me to their fashion show next week in San Diego. It just makes me smarter. I'm just going to learn, and I need to learn as much as the next person. For me, to learn more information makes me better, helps me better serve you guys. So as CEOs, you guys want to learn as much as possible, and also personal growth. This is the one industry where personal development is just a huge part. Talk to 1 to 5 people. This is the biggest 80%. Talk to 1 to 5 people a day and follow up. Make sure that if you want to keep 3x5 cards, and say you talked to Sally, and I always pick Sally today, and you need to follow up with her on Saturday, make sure you do that for them. Have home meetings and home tastings. You can use your home. When you use your home, again, it is a tax write-off. I'm in La Quinta, California, which is outside of Palm Springs. I have a Mary Kay lady there that has literally built her brand. She's just famous as a Mary Kay lady. She's written articles in local newspapers, and so she's created a brand in her community. And everybody goes to her for skincare. And she's built that brand around philanthropy. Philanthropy marketing is really going to be huge this year and next year. It means that Sally, Mary Kay distributor, gives back 10% of her earnings to St. Jude's Hospital. And people love her for that brand. So pick a favorite charity or nonprofit and start branding that, even if you want to put that on the back of your business card. Because everybody wants to give back, and they want to spend their money where someone is giving back to them too.
Michelle?
Yeah.
I want Heather to say something.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to say?
All right. So December is a very rough month. I experienced some challenges in getting close and things like that. And so I have a dear friend who has breast cancer. And we decided to do a fundraiser class for her. And it ended up being my only class in December that did not cancel. I had 30 people
more than 30 people show up. Oh, sorry. So I hosted this class saying that I was going to give back basically everything from the class to Molly and her family. And it was the second week of December. We had awesome turnout. We had tons of orders. I think my class, it did over $2,000. And so for her family, I think I looked at my back office, it's gonna be like $700 and some going back to her family. But from that class and from doing that philanthropic event, I've had a ton of leads in a community where I did not have any connections. And I just have a whole list of things to follow up on. So it was a season of giving for my family, and that's how we decided to do it this year. But it was a great philanthropic opportunity. It turned out to be a huge benefit. And I got up to volume.
And a new circle of influence.
And I also got a lot of points from my cruise tracker. So it kind of was a win-win, and I told Molly that because she didn't want me to do it initially. She's like, but you're going to give up all that money, and it's your hard work. And I said, but there is something in it, you know, that I will benefit from it. So it was really it was a good feeling, and she was so appreciative. And nobody canceled. Like that was a class where people showed up and people canceled.
Yeah.
I have a question. I was considering my niece's raising funds for a marathon for kids with cancer. So and I was considering doing a GSGLife class and doing funds out. Is it showing in the back office what you're generated for
So
that
yes,
party?
I mean because it was my one. I only did 2 things in December. It's very easy to decipher because it was the only thing that week.
Okay.
And then I'm getting that second payment of the monthly payment, and it's pretty easy to decipher what portion of that is going to her as well, because I didn't have 8 to 10 classes. Had I had more classes, I think I would have had to make a phone call to get a little help to figure it out.
Yeah. And if you think about philanthropy marketing, who in our industry comes to the top of mind for breast cancer? Avon does, right? So Avon does how many walks a year? Everywhere you see that, it's Avon with breast cancer. So their brand is actually more of a brand tied to philanthropy marketing than really as much as skincare. So pick your favorite charity in your community and do that. I think I left off home meetings and tasting, brand new recruit coaching calls. As we talked about this morning, your system and process, first thing you do when you recruit somebody is schedule the coaching calls. Those coaching calls is one of your most important 80% things. You want to get them on a series of 5 coaching calls to get them started. But remember too, what you do with them is what they do with their recruit. So you want to make sure you have a clean system. Don't teach any bad habits, because that will carry them through. And again, systems and programs, even for your top people or your whole group, create accountability for your organization. You can have accountability calls. Get together with your team and see who's doing what for the week. What are they doing that's working? What are their obstacles? Again, accountability calls. Delegation. If you're doing things, you're 80%, again, you're doing things that you shouldn't be doing. Delegate that out to somebody else, a spouse, a friend, a husband. Give them product and trade for compensation. Figure out how you can best spend your time making money. If you're sitting and watching a football game, put some packets together on Sundays, those packets and green opportunity packets. Mentoring your team, and again, schedule coaching calls 20 minutes, gives you 10 minutes to create your notes, 10 minutes to prep, and your 10 minutes to really come down from that call. So keep it from 15 to 20 minutes, and don't coach those that don't give you a return on your investment. Don't spend time babysitting and trying to coach somebody that can't be coached. So let that part go, because your time is valuable. Weekly team calls, as I mentioned, freeconferencecall.com is free. You're better talking to 20 at one time than trying to talk to 20 separately. That's great time management. So get them on a call every Friday at 5 o'clock, your team touch base call. Follow up. I don't know how, and I know that Sammy, I don't know where she went, but the passion planner, my follow up, I keep a recipe card box and index cards. So it says day 1, day 2, so there's 30 days. So I just pull out the cards for the day, and then I know who to follow up with. So it's an easy system for me. When I wake up, I know who I need to follow up with. So definitely, because we dropped the volume. Don't always rely on the company's promotions. I know you guys, Christy's going to tell a little bit about her promotion. She raised the bar a little bit from the company's standards, and she got people to step up with a carrot. So create some incentives and contests. You know your field better than anybody else. Think of what motivates them. I see a lot of companies using, obviously we want to use products, but using a gas card. There are some people who are struggling depending on gas. And a $25 gas card can mean a lot to somebody. So a Walmart card, a Costco card, whatever you think you need to do to kind of elevate your team to perform. And again, be consistent, offer 5-star customer service. It's the experience the customer's looking for. It's not necessarily the end product. So he or she is treated fairly. It's that customer experience that they really value. When you think of customer service, 5-star customer service, what comes to your mind first?
Hotels.
Nordstrom's is number 1.
Hotel.
Who? What?
Hotel.
Oh, a 5-star hotel. So like a Ritz-Carlton? Okay. Nordstrom's?
Costco.
Costco. I've never, okay.
They'll take that
Good customer.
They will take Costco.
Actually, the ratings was Nordstrom, Southwest Airlines, and Disney were rated the top 3. And there was a cruise ship that was rated high customer service. But, that kind of changes a lot. And with Amazon delivering on Sundays and with those things flying through the air and dropping down packages. So think of, and I always say, think of how you feel customer service. I don't like a hard sell, I'm a soft sell. And the Nordstrom experience is how I want to be treated. So you kind of want to think about what your customer experience looks like and what your team wants to deliver. So those are some ideas on the 80%. So I missed a couple things. Anybody want to earn some more sample packets, single servings? Any other ideas on RGAs?
Me personally, I hired an assistant that comes between 3 and 6 hours a week. And that has helped me not only because I pass on some things that she has skill sets that I don't, that she loves certain things that I don't. But it holds me to my hours of work. Because she comes and I know that I'm committed to those 3 hours.
What does she do?
She does my pipe drive. She's always doing stuff on my go. She packs my bag. She puts all of my class stuff together, does my labels, my post packets. She makes a list of all of my inventory of anything I need. So kind of just all that. She just keeps me organized.
Truly.
All your freezer bags. She keeps all her stuff ready for her smoothies. So they're all like ready to grab and go.
She measures all my stuff like for my classes, like my readings and my
And for $7-8 an hour, you said 2 hours a week?
I pay her $10 an hour. Because
$30 a week.
Well,
What is
yeah.
your return on
So
that?
she comes to my house 3 hours a week, and then the other 3, if I have stuff, then I send it to her. So she'll send out like kind of email templates that I have. I'll send her like details, and then she'll send out everything else.
And that's less than $30, so 30. And plus, since you get products at a discount wholesale, you can also write off that, but that's actually a cheaper. You could also do barter. Bartering is popular too. So
yeah, she has been for paid a couple times.
yeah. Thank you for sharing. Did you get a my covering?
I have another.
Yes.
My teenagers are much more into social media than I am. So I put she hasn't been as good lately. She's been sick, but my Instagram and my Facebook page put her in charge of posting pictures. She got a camera. She does all the editing. So she does the social media because I'm like, oh, I love that stuff. I don't get it. So
And there's an art to doing social media.
there is. Well, they get it. They love it. she likes to see that, oh, I got 100 likes on this. What was it about this that I got 100 likes? I'm like, I don't know, figure it out.
And the key is taking the likes and driving them to buying or doing something.
Right.
So that's why the millennials get, social media is, it's their world. So, yeah, definitely.
I was just gonna say that, a while ago I did a column passing out flyers and stuff. It's in the back office, well, on Christie's Go Green Facebook page. But I just barely hired 5 people to pass out flyers for me. So now they're passing out the flyers, and then we're getting the calls in, and they can get paid through that, like through the percentage that is from them. And I just think those people that pass out is going to happen. I just hired them. We'll see how it goes.
So they're on commission only, right?
Yeah, they are.
And they're, okay, that's a little bit of a carrot, so, yeah. So she's got somebody passing out flyers and they're on commission only, whatever business. Is their name at the bottom of the flyer so you know who got the business?
Yes, they all have their certain numbers. They have a 4-digit code.
Anybody else for 80%? John, you're way back there.
Do a webinar.
Yeah, with your team or guests or prospects or?
Well, I have people all over the place, but a lot in Texas. So that's what I'm thinking about, is doing a video webcast.
Okay, okay. So doing some visuals, so maybe a presentation. Skype will do, I think they now visually do up to 20, so Skype is free.
Hangouts.
Hangouts, Google Hangouts. So there's free ways to do it. I know GoToMeeting, GoToWebinar costs money. So visual is great, definitely. Okay, so thank you for sharing. John, we'll get you a sample. You got it. Okay. So now let's talk about the bad. Let's talk about the stuff we've got to do, the admin stuff, but the stuff that doesn't create revenue, that 20%. So what do we need to do on a daily basis and a weekly basis? So we got to do paperwork, right? Things don't get done on their own. You got to kind of spend time in the back office or on the website learning things. Computer work, and like you said, you delegated that out, so now you're free to do the business. A phone call with somebody that you talk to about their personal life and you never address any business whatsoever. Is that a revenue producing call?
Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, if it leads into something. And you definitely want to try to turn that around. Time spent with your downline at great lengths, I've already said that. Gossiping or social calls. Spending way too much time on people that might not take you forward and do the business. So you kind of have to watch that 20%. Any other thoughts or ideas?
I'm not the people that are, I call them time suck. I had one lady that just, she wanted to go through product by product and she had all these problems. I think Chrissy might have heard a little bit about it. My celiac person that said she got stuff from things that don't have celiac or anything. Anyway, she called like 2-3 times a day, would email me, and at first I felt obligated to respond, and I'm like, okay, this is just a problem child who wants to do problems, so I cut her off and let her go.
Did she ever purchase or come back?
No, she never purchased. At the class, she was really engaged and really involved and looking at everything and reading everything and wanting to try everything. I thought, oh, this is going to be a big one. No, she wanted to pick everything apart, and she was a problem. So watch for those too, because that was like, oh my gosh, I spent so much time on that, and it was frustrating and discouraging and no return.
Yeah, that's all. And there are lonely people.
And that's it. She's the lonely person that just, yeah, and she's very unhappy, and she just needs, that was her project for those 2 weeks.
Yeah. You gotta know when to step up. Absolutely.
So I already mentioned this a little bit, but seriously, if you guys can put 3-month challenges together, I more than, is it like 100% increase my, like,
really?
I was trying so hard and I was making $100, $100. And then in 1 month, just putting this thing together, more than $1,000 of not even Like, I mean, it took me time to put it together and to like figure out how they'll report to me and all that stuff. But like, that's it. And then,
So that's
and then
not
each
good.
month just do 1 or 2 or 3, how many challenges you want to do. People want changes. 3 months, they, if they want weight loss, if they want to feel better, whatever, 3 months of buying the product to do a green smoothie every single day.
Do they buy them in 3 months all at once?
Yeah, and then have them buy it all at once, so then they're committed.
Right, right.
I mean,
They're not buying
it has been like awesome.
And you, I presume you have a system of accountability, you check in on them.
And that's what you kind of got to figure out what's going to work for you.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, I mean, it's huge.
Yeah, and to your point, this is Q1 is the challenge quarter. This is when everybody wants to kick off the year, lose weight, start new. So I would think everyone going back on Monday, start challenges. This is the time of the year to do it, definitely. Yes, Q1 again.
Quarter, first quarter.
I thought that was like,
Sometimes I speak in kind of corporate terms. But great idea, challenges. Journal your day and your week, and just really watch, because you can call in from RGAs into 20%, and use the passion planner if you can, just kind of do that. If you're working an 8-hour day, take 2 hours to do your admin, and take 6 hours to do your RGAs. It's that simple. Stop if it flips, then stop. You can push that 20% over to the next day. Your time investment, and I think someone brought that up this morning, time investment, financial freedom, time freedom. It's really about, you don't want to work busy, you want to work smart. And it's about freeing up your time to do the things you need to do. And also freeing your time up to go sit on the beach. So your time spent is critical. Time freedom, financial freedom. So what I'd like to do, everybody kind of understand the process of revenue generating activities. Now, classes, recruiting, you're going to decide what your strengths and your weaknesses are. And my recommendation is work them both. Because your strengths are going to get you farther, but your weaknesses are going to get better. So I see people in this industry, and Robin, I know, and the girls see this too, is we're not public speakers in this industry. And it's very painful for people to get up and talk. And as you do it and you grow in this business, you get better and better and better. So that is your weakness that now becomes your strength. So work both sides of that and find the strengths in your team members too. That can help you build your business. So what I'd like to do right now is, I guess we'll have to go to November. And some of you are brand new, so you don't have one yet. I want you to think of how much money you made, and I want you to think about how many hours you think you invested, and then divide that. And then let's see where you're coming in. Okay? And if anybody wants to share, I know that that's kind of private, I'd love to hear. So mentally, you want to kind of think. I know some of you have your calculators on your phone. Anybody want to share? Anybody? No?
Before we share too, another good reason to be organized and to have a passion plan or whatever your procedure is, stay organized. So you can see how many hours, because you may think, oh, I only worked 4 hours
Right.
this last week. But if you go back and you look, oh, I worked 20 hours and I only made this much. Then
And you
can see.
didn't know you did, yeah. And driving a sample to somebody, that's part of your time. So it's important that you're definitely tracking. So does anybody want to step up and just say and be bold?
I was around 15, so too much time for, my payout was about $15 an hour.
15 an hour, okay. Well, thank you for sharing. I know that that's private. So the goal is to get you $10 up. So when you go back, you now know some strategies to watch. And you might have spent December driving around and want more phone calls than you should have. So
I think what maybe some of you guys get sucked into this show, a lot of time on Facebook looking at other, and it's like, oh my gosh, all of a sudden 2 hours are gone, and it was all Facebook, and it was meant to be GSG. And it kind of was GSG because I was looking at Go Green, I was looking at our stuff, but then kind of get off on other stuff. And so yeah, I think to stay focused and focus on what those, 5 things you have to accomplish would be really helpful.
And maybe have someone else do your focus, your Facebook review or whatever. Yeah, that, and I remember, somebody did a farm bill. You guys know farm bill or? I don't know if it's
Oh, that or
on Facebook, it's games. And they did stats on that, on how many people are on farm bill every day. And I thought, how in the world do they have that much time? How many people are into those? So you get caught up with that. So.
I have a suggestion. Oh, sorry. Just to do social media, I was dedicated to making my GSG posts for a long time with that, and I just set a timer on my phone.
Good.
At 7 a.m. or whatever, and then I knew, okay, just get this done, and then I don't have to worry about it. I have to scroll through Facebook half an hour and waste my time, and then you know that you've done your part, for the work part of your social media, and then you have to waste time the rest of the day on it. So.
Good idea. I open my day with Facebook, LinkedIn. I'm big content, but Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. I do 30 minutes and 30 minutes at the end. So because it's so much going on during the day, and I don't want to be on it all day. So, but all my GSGLife, everyone I know is on it, so I'm constantly trying to follow and make sure I know what's going on. But I try to break it up because if not, I get caught up. So.
I had that same, I went to a conference and one of the biggest things was to identify your biggest distraction. And so when I'm putting off a phone call, maybe somebody that it makes me uncomfortable, somebody needs to follow up, I'll find that social media is an alert will come and then I'll just kind of be putting it off until I'm out of time. Yeah. And so I've identified that with myself and set the intention that I give myself 20 minutes a day to whatever touch, get into Facebook. But in that 20 minutes, I have to do something uplifting, whether it's GSGLife or complimenting somebody. I have to make that Facebook world a little bit better before I leave it, but 20 minutes is all it takes of my time. And
good, and you got it. Good. So, have you ever done a posting and someone literally liked you within seconds? I mean, that's how much people are on Facebook. It's pretty scary. But if you're going to do 20 minutes or 30 minutes, just give yourself an ROI return on the investment. And create sweepstakes and create, make sure whatever you're doing on Facebook is creating likes, a community, and drawing business and building. So RGAs, you guys are going to get pretty comfortable with that. So we are done with our segment here. We have Christy and Heather coming in. Are you guys ready? We'll just go ahead and put 2 chairs right for you. And
Christy, will stretch.
We're going to stand up and stretch.
Christy, are you going to lead us in a stretch?
Okay, everybody reach out. Everybody go high. Side. Other side. I'd like to do this one. It's a little different than wrong. This feels good too. How's your balance? Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Kate.
Sorry.
So I'm so glad you're all here. I just wanted to share my gratitude. I know that you all didn't have off work. You had to get babysitters. This was time and money to be here. So thank you so much. I love all of you here who came from far away from another state. Just raise your hand. Isn't that neat? Like we just have people who came from far away. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Christy Rosser, and I'm a GSGLife founding instructor and a global instructor. And I've been doing this since day one, and I love it. And that doesn't mean that every day is easy, right? It means I love it, and my passion and my life carry me through. And I'm gonna introduce you to Heather Ferber, who I met last June. And we had been Facebook friends for a while, kind of following each other, because we were kind of like in love with each other. I love what she was doing, she kind of loved what I was doing. And then we met, and we kind of decided that this was fun, and we had the same interests, and we had the same mission, and we had the same things we like to share with people. So it was interesting when I introduced this opportunity to Heather, because it wasn't the perfect time for her. We talked about how it was like a horrible time for her to enroll. It was literally June. She had a billion things on her plate. She runs her own business. Her husband is a pathologist who's very busy. She's got 2 twin boys and another boy. She's got 3 boys on the age of 10. And so very busy. And her summer was just so packed, and she had nowhere in her schedule to start a company. There's just nowhere.
Exactly, I remember saying, yeah, I just can't do this for the summer. I'm like, I'm taking the summer off with my kids, that's it.
And so what we want to share with you guys today is a little bit about what I kind of feel like my role as a leader or a mentor is, and what your role is as a leader and a mentor, whether it's to your leaders and your instructors, or maybe it's to your customers, right? So what your role would be. And then also Heather is going to kind of share what she thinks her role is as an instructor, and then how we work as a team. Because I don't really feel like you work for me, and I don't feel like I work for you. I think we work together, and I think it's our shared energy, what we all bring to the table that helps us all work well. And so when I, as a leader, am doing my job, and my instructor and friend is doing her job, it's amazing what we can accomplish. So Heather just really took a giant leap of faith. She jumped into this business with an Emerald kit at the hardest time of her life, and she did 90 days to bronze.
Who was invaluable. And I think when we take a look at doing, I do not come from a network marketing background, and so when you look at opportunities like this, in my mind, she was that special person that I felt really connected to. I felt that we shared a lot of things in life, we had commonalities, so when we're out looking for people, to join our teams, I did feel really connected to her, and I felt that she was going to be able to guide me to accomplish some of the things that I knew I wanted to accomplish, but maybe it wasn't the ideal time to embark on this adventure, and we turned it into the ideal time. But I could not have done it without her help.
Some of the things that I was responsible to Heather for were, first, I felt like I was responsible to get her enrolled with the best kit possible because she did the tools. I also knew that if she was going to enroll and I was going to give her my time, we talked about the importance of time, I needed her to invest in my time. So I encouraged her highly to get the Emerald kit.
Highly by meaning she sent me a message. And when the opportunity, the time came up, when I was looking at kids, she sent me a message and she said, here's your kit option. And it had one picture in the email. And it showed the Emerald kit. And I was like, okay, yeah. So she gave a very good direction.
And I was able to feel comfortable doing that with her because when we chatted, she said, I'm doing this. If I'm doing it and I'm taking time for my family, and it fits me, and I'm loving it, I'm in. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not a good mentor if I let her get a basic kit, right? She's not gonna have what she needs. She needs the Emerald, she needs it all. And so I sent her the option, and she just jumped right in. Now, when you enroll somebody with the Emerald kit, they're already like, what, 800 PV? How many more do they need to reach the first month of 90 days to bronze? 200. Actually, I think it ends up being 120 or something. That's like 1.5 customers. So she helped herself as well, because she already almost met her first month of 90 days to bronze. So think of helping your instructors that way. You're not just helping them get the tools, but you're helping them take that first step, which is a giant step. 1,000 PV is a lot, right? When you're first trying this company, you're thinking, oh gosh, what can I, protein's 50, how can I get to 1,000? So that was one of my big things. But my other thing was, how do I help her get her money back, right? She just invested, she jumped in, now how do I help her get her money back? And so I see my role as being a little bit of a financial person as far as what are your plans, what are your goals, how much money do you need to make, what tools can I give you? So there's that financial piece. But then it comes back to education. Now that she's invested her time and her money in the business, what education can I give her? So we set up our weekly calls,
and Christy was great at giving me a schedule to say, okay, this week,
here's the time we can talk. And she would give me 2 or 3 objectives. She did not overwhelm me with a list of 20 things to do. She did not say that I had to do everything at once. She really listened to me and my priorities. And when we first spoke, I said, you know, my goal, I want to earn my money back and I want to get out and get some classes booked. So, you know, she helped to guide or drove that process of guiding me to say, okay, you want to earn your money back. Take a look at where you are right now. Who in your network circle of people may be interested in a product like that? I made that list with her advice, and that Emerald kit and that product was sold, I think before the month ended, and I signed it the last week of June. I think by the first week of July, I placed another huge order. It was all gone and all spoken for. And she did that by dripping little pieces and little bits of information. And I think in the beginning we talked weekly. And we have a weekly call.
And I was able to drip a little bit to her because I knew her overwhelmed. So she had come in and said, I have nothing to do and I want to rock the business. The amount of information I would have shared with her would have been different. But she came to me saying, my kids are out of school, this is the worst month ever. I totally don't know if I can handle this, but I want to jump in and do it because I believe in this. That's where I knew what to give her. So part of your job is to build that relationship, because every single person on your team, just like every customer, is different. Different personalities, different needs, different financial goals, different experiences in life, different requirements at home. Some people are working, some aren't, some have kids, some don't. So kind of get a feel for what they can handle, and you can tell pretty quickly if an instructor's overwhelmed. You can tell, because that's when they don't return your calls. That's when they don't text you back. That's when they don't follow up on your emails, or all of a sudden their volume drops. You have to sit and think, okay, was I overwhelming, or where do they need my support? So you can, just like with your customers, when they order or not, you can kind of see what your instructors are doing. So we really had a very good feel for what Heather needed, but I also knew she needed 90 days to bronze. So it was one of those things where I wanted to hold her accountable. I knew she had to teach classes. I knew she had to jump in. I knew she had to capture mother's attention in the summertime. Easy or hard? Right? Like in December, it's hard. So she's got moms, which is her entire group. I mean, that is her peers, is your moms, that's your network. And so their kids are all out of school, and it's summer, and she's busy. And she was able to put this together in such a way that was just so, it was inspiring. I was so excited. So again, my role, financial, make sure she gets her kit back. The Power of Success plan is a great tool. You want to use that with all of your new instructors, because that just gives you everything you need. What is your goal? What is your why? How much money do you need to make? And then I know how to guide her into how many classes she needs. What's your warm market? Write down 100 people you know. You go into the virtual office and just read through that Power Success plan. If your upline hasn't gone over it with you, go ahead and fill it out yourself, because it's something you can hold yourself accountable to for 2016. And then call your upline this week and just say, hey, I've reached my goals. I know where I'm headed. I got my Power Success plan. I'm ready to go. And now you've both got something that you can work towards. Education's a big piece too. I wanted to make sure that Heather had the information she needed on the products. But what's so great about GSG is I was able to take her to the virtual office and say, look at this great training manual on education products. It's 30-something pages. Print it out, put it in a binder, take a look at a class. You don't need to know. And that was one of our calls where we got on the phone together, both in front of our computer, and she walked me through that back office and showed me where to find those pieces. So again, I didn't have to go through it all at once. I could go through it in my own time, but I knew where to find it. Like I knew where to start to go to find those answers. And even though we were only planning our once weekly talks, Christy was awesome at making me feel welcome to call her or text her or email her anytime. She always closed, and it was mentioned before today, how can I serve you, how can I help you? And in everything, in all of our communications, she always made me feel so welcome. And I never felt like I was bothering her to ask things when I was ready for more information. And Which is great. And to that point, it made it so great because when Heather needed me, she knew what she needed. We're talking like a 3-line text. We're talking a quick email. We're talking like a 3-minute phone call. And so I was able to be accessible to her because my time was valued. Does that make sense? And so she wasn't calling me with a story with me trying to figure out what the moral is and then where I can come in and help and what she needs from me and where her weakness was. She would come right out and say, this is my issue, this is my problem, what do I do? That is like 3 minutes. And it made it easy for us to communicate because our communication was very focused. So when you're communicating with your upline or even your downline, Focused is great, to the point is awesome. If you already know what you need, that's great. But you can't know any of that if you don't know your goals. She knew 90 days to bronze where she needed to go. She knew what her volume was, and she knew what she needed to do to get there. And so that made it a super easy, it was like a pathway. We're just like, okay, somebody cancels the class, we gotta get another one. We need to get enough orders, we gotta figure this out. You know, and when Christy sent those like texts or emails back to my questions, I felt out of respect for her, I owed it to her to find an organized way to save that information. Because I knew at some point it might be a long, you know, I might go a couple weeks until the issue came up again, and then I'd be like, oh gosh, what did she say again? So out of respect for her and how busy she is, I found a way, like I would either categorize those emails in a special folder. I should do that. Email inbox. I kind of broke it down, and you know, I did GSGLife, and then I broke it down even further to So I saved it. Yes, I saved things.
Oh, see, so now she's gonna email that to her, right?
And now when I have to do this for somebody who's really serious about business, I have the tools that are there. And sure, some things might change, and I might have to edit a few things, you know, whatever. But I don't have to go back to her every single time now when something comes up. And I just kind of got more comfortable with the process and how to handle issues.
That's a really good idea. I'm gonna add that to one of my things, my new mentors, or my new instructors, because I hadn't thought of that, and that's really smart. Because a lot of the same questions do come up, right? You guys have asked questions, your customers ask questions, your instructors are ask questions, so that's a good idea. One of my biggest goals with my new instructors is try to get them as independent as possible in 8 weeks. Even though we're doing a 90-day to bronze program, I want them to feel comfortable, not perfect, not necessarily amazingly successful, but so that they kind of know what's going on. You know, they log into their back office. They've been able to do their new instructor checklist. They know where their library is. They know how to check out their homepage and what their volume means. They know how to find their genealogy. They know how to contact people. They know how to set up classes. And so just those little things that sound easy since we've been doing this for a long time, those are hurdles for people. It's technology, it's new, it's passwords, it's remembering, it's committing the time. And so I try to think of it as like 8 weeks to independence, but then that extra month of bonus, you've got to get your 5,000, what have we missed? What are we missing? And that is really huge. I almost try to front load the first 8 weeks rather than trying to do this 12-week thing. Maybe still, you know, talk and stuff, but it's just great to know that like she's well on her way in 8 weeks, and then our conversations after 8 weeks are so focused and they are so high quality because we are so beyond how to launch an idea.
Yeah, then
We are beyond ticketing.
Where do I find my, you know, this manual? I mean, we are so beyond that because now we get to the specifics of, okay, my post-class is this, or I need to deal with this customer, or we get into these really high-end things that at some point almost becomes help from support or other mentors that I need help with because she's, you know, almost right with me. We are now right at the same level, which is perfect as far as knowledge goes. I think it's important to remember reproducible stuff too. You want to put together a system, and I brought some stuff that I'll pass out and I'll let you guys look at. I laugh now at the first team training I did last year, and those of you who came and endured that, bless you. Because
she told me it was like 20 pages. I was like,
I really was learning. Like I was new and I didn't know, and so I put together a 20-page thing.
I still got it.
Hey, you know what? It was good and it worked. But thank goodness for my team because Whitney and Natalie and Julie, I mean, everyone here has been able to condense that to 5 pages, condense it to 5 focused phone calls, and that's something that I'll submit to GSG. You guys can look at it. Natalie, you guys, if you want to make more changes, I've updated it since we last did our training. But I think it's something that would be great to throw in the back office. It's a little bit more detailed than Power Success because it says on phone call number 1, do this. Phone call number 2, do this. Of course, you're going to change it. Everybody's individual and everybody's different. I'm not going to have the same conversation with you that I would with Doug or anybody else, right? But it's just a great way to remind you, did you talk to them about their commissions? Do they know how to look up their genealogy? I mean, it's almost a jogger for me as much as it is accountability for that instructor. Because I will give them a list and say, okay, this is what we're talking about next week. And then we go over that list, and then I say, okay, here's your homework again. So really almost have things pretty nicely good in 5 weeks, and then the next couple weeks after that are just like icing, fixing things out and figuring it out. But I think having a reproducible system is really helpful, and you don't have to use what I use or what anyone else uses. We're Find what works for you. That this seems to have worked okay, I mean, so far, and of course, everything's evolving, it's a work in progress. And, you know, I'm sure like if we meet again in a year, we'll laugh that it was 5 pages, maybe we'll be down to 1, I don't know. I think the most important thing I wanna share with you is you have to love people where they are. And as an instructor, you have to feel loved where you are. I see instructors all the time that apologize to me and say, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry I didn't do this or I didn't do that. I love you all where you are. Life happens, we all get busy. There's a time and a place for everything in our lives. If I had kids under the age of 5, I could not do the hours I do. I can tell you that right now. People with little children who aren't in school during the day, who don't have babysitters, have a different life than somebody like me where my kids are gone from 8 to 3. That's a completely different life, right? Completely different. Can you imagine with little people at home not having kids for 5 to 6 hours a day? Would your life be different? That's not some rolled eyes. Can you say focused phone call? Can you say nobody screaming mommy in the background when you're trying to do a 3-way call? I mean, seriously. So be patient with you and just know that hear what Michelle says in the door. This business is going to be forever. It's here for you forever. We've got new products coming. We've got great opportunities coming. Hang in there for the 3 to 5 years. Someday your kids will be in school. Someday you'll have time. So as an upline, I love everyone where they are. And if you're working it, great. The thing that Heather and I did really well is I try not to push people who don't want to be pushed. But if you want to be pushed, you tell me because I will push you. And so Heather's really good about telling me, December's crazy, this is hard. Hey, I know, that's great, but let's text, how are you?
I was thinking I was gonna have 4 classes, and maybe 5, and it was gonna be, and things changed. I had, for the first time, I had a lot of posts back out of classes, and I called Christina, I was like, now what do I do? So she was there to give me other ideas and other suggestions, and thankfully, I had, one successful class that turned out to be, was like hosting 4 classes.
Which was awesome because I never had thought of doing a launching class like that. And so when she did that, I thought, this is so cool. Now we can tell the whole team, this is new. No one's done this before. Nobody's ever done a full class and donated everything to charity and got the volume. It kept her at bronze. It was cool. It was a hard month, but it was still a great month. So, if I'm pushing you or if your mentor is pushing you, all you have to do is text and say, hey, crazy week. Can you schedule our call next week? We still love you. If you're saying, you're not calling me, I need you, where the heck are you? Send that text, right? Because I'm so good at a lot of things, but I can't read minds very well. And so when I see people and people look happy, I think you're doing great. Sometimes you're not.
But Christy was great. You were very great about asking questions. When I first came on board, asking about those goals right from the beginning, determining all that, and keeping that somewhere, whether it was tucked in your memory or written down. I never asked her. But she always came back, would come back to those things and to know that she heard me in what I had said and remembered those things. Again, just added to having a mentor who was caring and had vested interest in my success.
And definitely being there when they're struggling is hard. And so like December, a hard month. I didn't have magical solutions for it, but we had ideas. We had thoughts. We had things that we thought might work. Michelle had that just timely team call about the 13 ways to work your business. Who's listened to that leadership call? If you haven't listened to that leadership call, you've got to listen to that call. Because what it did for me is it made me feel a lot less hopeless because I had the same December Heather did. Nearly every post is canceled. And you can't help but take that a little personally. Right? You've worked hard. You've loved them up. You've given them something free. You've got them on your calendar. You've trained them. You've given them all this. And they turn around and say, my kids are sick. My mother-in-law's in town. It's not going to work. December's hard. And you just kind of go, oh, it's deflating. But those 13 ways made me think open house. Did 2 open houses. I really, really realized I had to do a ton more one-on-ones. All of my December volume personal was one-on-one. Other than just like all my new retail, one-on-one, not one from a class, not one from an open house, which gave me confidence to think, I can do this business, even when I don't have a hostess. I don't need her. It's okay if her kids are sick, right? I have 13 ways I can work the business. And so it was a great call because we were able to sit and think, okay, how can we get creative?
And then she inspired me to do the same thing for January. I said, okay, December kind of got away, but I'm doing it for January. So I'm doing the open house next week, and I have like 35 people coming to my house. Just from 11 to 1 on a random Tuesday. So
Your one-on-one, Christy, how do you like invite one person to your house? What do you do?
I was just really crazy about it, and I would just see people randomly, and they would just say, "You still doing the GSGLife thing?" I'd say, "Yes, we're doing a detox." I sold 17 detoxes in 2 weeks because I just was like, I have no volume. My hostesses suck this month. I just was so mad. I mean, your kids are sick, and you want to be like, "I'm sorry, your kids are sick," but then all of a sudden you go, "What am I going to do? I mean, volume." And so I did. I'd run into people. I would talk to people. I had customers who had not ordered for a long time that I called and said, "Would you like to try this? We're doing it all together." Robin's got live calls. We've got full support. I had people upgrade. They're going to get the minerals. Let's just do the detox too. I mean, I really pushed the detox, and I was able to do that more one-on-one. Detox is so personal that I think it almost works better one-on-one anyway. I did a couple detox classes. Doug came to one. He was my only person. Thanks, Doug. He got a one-on-one detox class. I don't think it was very fun.
Awesome. It was awesome.
I didn't do a lot of prizes because he only. But anyway, so I found that literally it was just running to people and saying, "Hey, yeah, I'm doing this, and people, I'm tired. I don't feel great. Hey, or I want to lose weight." The weight loss thing was huge. Everybody wants to lose weight. I wish that I would have worked it into my month sooner. I kind of waited towards the end of the month because I got a little desperate, honestly, when your hostess is canceled and you're not planned on it. You know, you get a little desperate. So I probably could have done better if I would have worked it into my month sooner, but I didn't know my month was going. So I did. I just reminded people. I talked to my call my customers. I email people. Sent out a couple of newsletters that for me are catches and opportunities for people to engage with me if they want. But I got 2 orders off my newsletter. Don't usually get orders off my newsletter, but I don't use it for ordering. I use it mostly to say, "Hey, I'm still doing the business. Do you want to reorder? And here's how to update your auto ship." You know what I mean? That kind of thing. So that was helpful. But that leadership call you've got to listen to. And then beyond that, I think the other thing we shared that was really helpful was we talked about your ticketing option right away. So I wanted her to know that if she fell short of bronze, all she had to do was hit 2,000, 2 of 6 months. She could ticket in Wisconsin and own the East Coast because no one is ticketing.
She calls me the East Coast girl. I'm like, East Coast girl? I'm like, I'm in the Midwest. She's like, you're east of Utah. You're east of Utah.
She says I live in Idaho.
Yeah, right. We need to take her. Yeah, I need to get around a little bit.
So that was my thing. Her other was not necessarily a flag or a parachute, but it was also still a goal.
Still a goal.
And it was going to make it so that if she hit 4,000 and not 5, she hadn't failed. She could take it. And that ticketing thing for her has been really fun. I mean, people don't always come to class, but they're leads and they're people that she knows. And so remember that your new instructors have opportunities. They have an opportunity for the product. They have an opportunity to build a testimonial. They have an opportunity to improve their life and their customers' lives. They have an opportunity to be a CEO, run their own business, have quite a bit of freedom and autonomy. But then they also get this opportunity to make money and ticket and move up in ranks and bronze. And then, have we done the cruise thing yet, or was that new? I thought it came after. I think it came after. But that was the next thing. As soon as the cruise thing came up, I'm telling her cruise. She's like, cruise. I'm like, okay, yeah, let's go on a cruise. Yeah, cruise points. You know, if you can't make the 2,000, you can't make the 5,000. Every order counts. And that was huge for her too. So I just wanted to share a couple of things that Heather did that I thought was great, that really helped me was, and then you can share.
And then, yeah, I guess to wrap up, I'll just say the things that, that Christy was so great at that I found were invaluable was the fact that she started with asking a lot of questions and doing a lot of listening and going from there. And so that through this whole process of mentoring me in the 90 days to bronze or on the ticketing process, she was always coming back to those whys and what my goals were and what I wanted to accomplish and tying those things into the directives she was giving me, which was awesome. And personally, to share a little bit about myself, my new goals as the instructor was to have the number one thing that I appreciated was the quality of these products. That was very important to me.
It was very important to her because she asked me lots of questions about products because she's very sought after. Companies like crazy call her and want her to be involved because of what she does as a health coach and just such an amazing educator in the nutrition field. And she was dissecting the products because she's like, I don't want to hurt anybody. I do high integrity. So I felt honored, and she was like, she loved it, and it was a good product. So she was very careful in her thing.
And the second thing was what most people said was, I want to have fun meeting new people. I love teaching the classes, and I love having fun with it. It's such a great opportunity
share a passion, and inspire other people to make some changes in their life. And the third thing was to make some money, and fourth thing was to do the 90 days to run. So it's been awesome. It's been an awesome adventure. I look forward to what 2016 has to offer, and I personally am so thankful to be able to make this journey to this meeting because, like I said before, I don't come from a network marketing background, so I have a lot to learn and gain by being here. It's wonderful. So awesome. And I appreciate you for saying that. Makes me feel good. Tell your upline good job every now and then, okay? I probably do that more too. And I just wanted to share like a couple other things. Heather's very teachable, and that is super important. I have had a couple instructors that no longer work for business anymore, which is super sad. But it's mostly because they weren't teachable. They just didn't want to listen, or they called mostly to complain, but not for answers or support. Or another thing, and this is one of my biggest weaknesses, is perfectionism holds us back, right? A lot of us who want to be entrepreneurs, and a lot of us who are very independent-minded, we are perfectionists. And that's why we like to work for ourselves, because nobody can do it better than us. And so perfectionism holds you back. And I put that on my resolution this year, is to not try to make everything so perfect, to just do it. It might not be perfect, but as long as it's safe and I feel good about what I'm talking about or whatever product I'm doing or whatever my issue is, like the open house. I was so averse to doing that because I had no idea what to do, but I'm like, it's not gonna be perfect, but I'm just gonna do it. And so keep that in mind, you know, the perfectionism, don't let it hold you back. Be super teachable. And then more than anything, really just respect your relationship, because, you know, when we would set up times to call, Heather was always on time. And she didn't cancel on me, which And was I was great. taking calls with an earbud, phone in my ear, She you know, was doing taking kids to carpools, she was- carpool and yeah. soccer and tennis. But Yeah. I always had my little list next to me in the car, and because we do have a time difference, and my kids go to school early, so they're done with school. I pick my kids up at
We both
2:45
worked during
every
the day, so that was tricky.
Yeah,
So
same clients during the day.
But you know, if you got a call scheduled or you can't make your call, text and say, I can't make my call this week, or I didn't do my homework, I'll talk to you next week, or just kind of give a little update. Or, you know, some of my favorite texts are, I'm doing awesome, I don't need you. Julie's my favorite because she'll just text me, I love you, I'm good, I'll talk to you next week. And I'm like, Julie's good. But it's communication, right? That's important. And then probably the other thing too is that Heather's really flexible. And so that flexibility allows her to have great success in this business, because days aren't perfect with kids. Things are really, really unpredictable. And having flexibility with your life makes it so that you can breathe. Because otherwise you just always feel like the weight of the world is on your shoulders. You don't feel like you're doing anything good. You feel like you're doing everything just a little bit. And being able to be flexible and say, hey, yeah, you know what, that host is canceled, but I'll try this. Or, oh yeah, that shipment didn't come, but I'll figure it out. Or the hostess side gave me some grief, but you know what, we're gonna get it figured out. I mean, just the flexibility of it, being able to breathe through the newness of this new position as an instructor, the newness of a company, the newness of being in Wisconsin, nowhere near anyone at all, by herself on the East Coast. On the East Coast. It was great.
Are you from New York?
Yeah, Lake Michigan, the beach, the beaches of Lake Michigan.
And then she saw the opportunity. And I think that's really what it comes down to. You know, everyone is, and we talk about this all the time, because we're always talking about how do we find people like us? Like, we all just want people like us that are in this room, that have the passion, have the vision, want to do the business, want to share the products. How do you find those people? And you know, it's the 5% Michelle talks about. It's the 5% that want this. And so you do have to go through 20 or 30 people to find that 5%. But you know, when you do, you become good friends, it becomes fun, you become a family. But really look for the people, look for the opportunity. Don't forget to share that. I got so much better at doing that the last 6 months. Probably you were my first great call where I was like, you know, and it worked out really well. So just be really good about that. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Is there anything you want, any questions you want to ask us? Or,
Well, you
she
brought
needs
up-
to talk with me.
No, you went through all this.
You brought up a good point. We're getting better at sharing the opportunity. You said this year, so we're 8 days into the year. What have you done different than when you started?
I would say that I definitely, you know, when I first started teaching the classes, I really didn't talk about the opportunity at all, because I felt like I knew these people, and I'm like, oh, nobody in this room is going to want to do this. And so I had that prejudged picture in my mind, and I need to let go of that prejudged picture, because I don't know what people are And I'm also gonna do things a little, you know, I am a science person, so I love all this nutrition and nitty gritty stuff. I've slowly been scaling that back a little bit to like simplify, like a lot of the things we talked about today is how I phrase things now, not so scientific, like a little easier going. And I think that will appeal to more people, and I'll have a little more success in encouraging some people to explore the opportunity. And I am making follow-up calls. I have a lot of customers, and many of them I followed up with, but many of them I have not. And they all deserve personal phone calls, like not a text, not an email. I'm a big believer in the personal connection, and I'm going to do that. And I do have my calendar full, you know, for January and February. I have things laid out very well.
Your pipeline is full. So your customer care calls are now a priority. You shifted from a left brain, it sounds like science, to
Yes, a little more right brain.
Yeah, good.
The other thing too, that I'll mention one more thing is in Sarah Robbins' book, does everybody have that book? If you don't, get a copy before you go today, but I love this book because every time I reread it, a different piece sticks out in my mind, but the thing that always I come back to is remember to manage your time, we talked about that, but you have to manage your emotions.
Yeah.
And Heather does it really well. She had two amazing instructors enroll.
Liz and
Jill. And they were like rock stars. I just thought, oh my gosh, this is so great. She's gonna have people to work with. And you know what? They didn't work out. They just didn't want to do it, and they kind of stopped and fizzled. But her emotion wasn't like, oh well, I'm done. That's it. Send them to people. I can't do it anymore. Waste of time. It was like, okay, gotta find more. And so managing emotions is hard. Letting people go.
And that comes down to the third thing I'm gonna have to work on is, you know, personal and professional development. You know, learning more about the network marketing industry, learning, you know, doing more self-improvement activities on a daily basis to do those things. So that's another, you know. Sure, I'm a huge reader, but a lot of it has been health and wellness related for the past years for my business. And I might have to shift a little bit of that, a little bit of health and wellness, a little bit of personal and professional development. So that's okay.
And then the final thing is manage your expectations. I think that it's so important to remember, I mean, how many of you run your own business in this room right now? I know you guys do, Doug does, okay, good. So see, so we've already got entrepreneurs in here. So the first year you worked as an entrepreneur, did you make $1 million? Did you break even? How long did it take to pay off your business loan? Are you paying yourselves yet? So those of you who have run your own businesses, just know that it's really cool when you can come into a business with $800 and in 3 months have a check. It doesn't go to the bank to pay off your loan or your lease or your insurance or an employee. You are making money. And that is one thing that I love about this. But you also have to manage your expectations because you're not going to be rich the first 3 months. Bronze is awesome, but you want to go to emerald, and that's going to take years. And so that's why having a bad December shouldn't really, you know, be too much of a speed bump because you're going to do this for 3 to 5 years. And so 1 month out of that time isn't going to derail you because you know your why, and you know your purpose, and you've got a great team, and you've got great resources. We have so many great things. And so managing the time is important. You know, managing the emotions of who's working with you, who you're going to let go, who you're going to spend time with, who's giving you energy back as well. But then also that expectation. And I love that Michelle mentioned that 2 to 3 years, you got to do it. You know, I don't think any of us who opened our own business would have thought we're going to open it for 3 months and quit. Would you guys have ever done that with your business? And Doug never would have said, I'm going to put all my money and time into my physical therapy business, and I'm closing it in 90 days if I don't get anything going on. I mean, you go into it saying, I know my why. I know I'm doing this. I know it's going to be hard. I know there are going to be days that aren't great, but I also know that I'm going to be helping a lot of people. If I can stay focused, manage my time and my emotions and my expectations, you'll get there. And almost everybody who does well in network marketing will tell you that. They didn't make it in 6 months. They're reflecting on 10 years of experience saying, yeah, it was hard, but you know what, I hung in there. And that's what Heather does really well. She does really good at managing those 3 things. And all of you do. I mean, everyone in this room that's doing this, you've managed your time well. You have managed your emotions well, and you've managed your expectations because you're in this for the long haul. And that's really what we want to be doing, right? So, yeah.
You mentioned that you shifted from the class, you learned on the 13 ways of really driving your business for a month. what are your top two other favorite areas of your open house?
Open house was really fun. I think I'll do it again. I think that I need to do more phone calls. I feel like I'm on the phone a lot, but not a lot to my customers. So I need to shift a little bit more to the phone thing. I think it's gonna be a lot more fun to follow up on my detoxers. Because now we have a common goal and they're gonna have stories and I am reaching out to them a little bit differently. You know, I think that I still love my hostesses. I still just love them because I love getting out and meeting people and I love getting into their circle. I think those are my top three right now, but I'm still gonna keep practicing and playing with everything you mentioned was phenomenal. It was like somebody just like opened my eyes to all these ideas because I just thought, oh my gosh. And then even when you were talking today about have a class with a theme, I thought the theme was green smoothies. So I'm gonna have a theme class. I don't know what it's gonna be, but we'll do something. And then, you know, having like a frequent hostess program. Why didn't I think of that? Like, why not tell them, you know, you can do this again with me in 6 months. And that's one thing I actually did in December. I have rebooked 2 hostesses. And I think a brilliant way to do this business is if you can find the hostesses you love that don't necessarily want to be your instructor, have them do a class every 6 months, every 4 months, every quarter, every summer. Just literally just have them on your books because if you think about it, if you had perennial hostesses, you wouldn't be scampering for hostesses. You'd have a foundational base and then you're just adding to that all the time. And so I think that's one thing I'm going to try this year is go back to my hostesses and see who will host again. And do those things.
And if people are in philanthropy, that makes it easier for
Love
us.
that idea that she did. Wasn't that brilliant? I mean, when she told me she was going to do that, I thought, wow, that's so generous.
It's been amazing, and people were so supportive, and I think because it was a giving situation, people were more giving to me as well, saying, oh, I'd love for you to come to a class, you know, multiple classes, and getting new customers, you know, from the repeat customers.
Was this helpful for you guys? We kind of want to just give you a real life discussion because it is real life. Like, you know, leading is important. Being an instructor is important.
It is awesome to have an awesome mentor.
I will say. And if I'm your mentor, you text me, okay? Because, I mean, I just want to make sure everybody's getting touched and loved. And I reach out as I feel like you guys need me. And if your mentor isn't reaching out, well, if they haven't looked at business, we've had so many, attrition's huge. I've lost, I don't know how many instructors this year just because they're not doing it anymore. So if you're missing someone, find out who's up there. Reach out, reach out. You know, don't feel like you're alone because we're all connected. We're all like the team, the same, right? We're all connected. So we get our energy from each other.
And you were going to share a challenge that you
So it's funny that GSG also gave away Prezyme Pro for their challenge for coming to the class, you know, for coming to this as well. But for my team, what we decided to do this, and what I decided to do was offer a challenge to my team. Michelle mentioned that as a great way for me to not rely on GSGLife to help my team just feel empowered and excited and give them just a little challenge. So what I did this month of December, I had everybody try to order 125 PV, so personal volume, either their own order or anyone underneath them counts for their personal, right? And then also their organizational volume, so OB. And so if they had 125 PV and 60 OB, then they earned a free bottle of Prezyme Pro. We had a lot of people on the team do that, and it was really
600.
600. What did I say? Exactly.
Let's say 60.
600. Oh my So anyway, so those of you who are challenged, I thought I'd bring them forward, but I really would love to see all of you with other teams do those. Do it with your hostesses, do it with your customers. If you order 3 months in a row, I'll give you something free. With your hostesses, if you know, a couple times a year, do this, you know. But with the team thing, it was really fun. And I tried to set it so that the OB wasn't super high, but it was also high because a lot of people in our team have hit 500. But hitting that 600, that's like another step. That's another customer, that's another, you know. And so that 600 was just hard enough, but it was still reachable, right, for people to get. And I set the PV at 125 because I feel like that's how much you have to spend every month to use the product. You need that in your own personal product. Use it every month if you're a product to product. You also need it to teach your classes. You also need a little bit to give away to your hostesses and some of your customers. Plus, you get free shipping at 125. So there you go.
And so that's why I set the 125 there. And I really think, look at your volume, see how much you're ordering every month. Make sure you're ordering enough to use that product, be a product of the product. It's very important. There's nothing worse than trying to teach a class and not know what something tastes like, for people. And again, Emerald Kit's great because you get everything. You're not going to wonder, I don't know, I didn't order that one. I haven't tasted that one. Right? There you go. Yeah.
The Emerald Kit did go on. My father-in-law is my CPA, so he's on me all the time.
Yeah, and like Michelle said, it's all a tax write-off. And so when she mentioned that to me, that doing a giveaway for my team as a tax write-off for me, I thought, that's definitely an expense. It's an expense I can write off. And that's what I do too as well. And I think that's important. And then it's so nice to feel rewarded, right? I've read so much about business, and I think we talked about it a little bit today, that there's the money, and then there's the validation and love, right? And you will find that people will work for validation and love more than they will for money if it comes to a choice between jobs. And I really want everyone on my team to feel valued and loved. And so when you do a challenge like this and you get that reward, isn't it validating to say, wow, I did something great, I helped other people, but I also got a really great reward. And there's something validating that comes from that. Just as I feel appreciated. I feel like what I do and all the sacrifices I make are worth it. Because we all did make sacrifices for this.
Well, does anybody have any questions for these movie stars? From the New York, East Coast.
With my accent, can you tell? The typical East Coast accent.
We've got some smoothies and for a snack and for a minute
Yeah, so we can take a 10-minute break. You guys want to grab a little energy downstairs?
Yeah.
Are they texting you? Yes. The hardest part about breakouts is gathering everybody down. You know, what I've done in the past is I usually say, ask our first prize or something. What we're going to talk about now, is everybody feeling okay? Keep rocking and rolling?
Feel great.
You're inspired, you just had to smoothie. We're going to talk about enrolling skills, and And what does WIFM stand for? What's in it for me? Yeah! Give her a sample. You are. Joe, go for it. Okay. Okay, so, sharing the opportunity, we spent a lot of our time talking about the opportunity just as important as the product. And we talked about with most, well, everybody, nobody does anything unless I know what's in it for them. So I want you to keep in the back of your mind Griffin, your favorite radio station. Think about when you buy a house, you buy a car, you buy clothes, you buy jewelry. Why are you buying those things? You're buying those things because they make you feel better. So it's all about you. So by sharing the opportunity, the most important thing is that you want to find out someone's Griffin, where it's coming from, or where are they coming from, what are their hot points, what's important to them. And a lot of times you can't tell by just having discussions. So it's important that you find out what that hot point is in order to mold your opportunity conversation to be more effective. So I want to talk about what the average in the industry, what most people are looking for. And I think I've got through a good list here. I don't think I'm really missing anything. Number one, financial freedom. I'm finding that direct selling is becoming more and more everyone's retirement account. And I'm just as bad myself, not all of us are good at finding retirement. So I see more and more people looking at direct selling as their retirement, their residual income. Independence, freedom, independence, tax advantages. I see a lot of people joining the business because they're paying too much in taxes. So this gives them an option to really not pay so much back to the federal government. And it also helps on married couples when you file a return together. It actually offsets your husband's income as well. So why not pay all that in taxes? Material possessions. Sometimes people join this business because they want to buy a car, they want to make a car payment, they want to take a family vacation that they can't take. How many of you that have been to Disney World in Florida? So 20% of the room. There's people who die have never been to Disney World. So that could be pretty big to someone just earning enough money for a family vacation. Having a business of their own, I think everybody in this room is an entrepreneur. But having your own business is actually one of the hot trends for 2016. Being your own boss. How many of you in the room here with your full-time jobs is really going in love with your boss? So we got a couple of people. So there are a lot of people out there that don't like their boss. So if you can imagine what that anxiety in your body, every time you go to work every day and you hate going to work and you hate your boss, how stressful that is. Peace of mind. They say the average household, by making $250 to $300, can help somebody from bankruptcy or losing their home foreclosure. So just that little amount of money can save someone's life. So peace of mind can be very big. Better quality of life. What's great about our opportunity is not just the financial, is that you're actually helping people live longer. So we actually have a dual purpose at GSGLife. A balance between personal and professional commitments. This is the only industry where you can work the times you want. Nobody tells you when to do it, so you can make that decision. Feelings of accomplishment and successes. You guys were talking about that when you were up here. This is the one industry where you can kind of gain that more, and that leads into recognition. My next, recognition. A social belonging, new friends, new connections. A lot of people want to do this business because they don't have any friends. friends. I've met a lot of people who have moved to a new city or a new community and gotten involved in direct selling because they wanted friends, they have their friends. A better health, looking younger, having more vitality. Some common fears in this industry when you're out there sharing the opportunity or enrolling. Fear of failure, fear of risk, fear of criticism, fear of pain or fear of loss, fear of embarrassment, and fear of responsibility. Remember I told you that earlier? That's like the number one obstacle for recruiting. It's not really rejection, it's fear of like, now I'm responsible for somebody else. So the laws of sponsoring on the bottom of the page. Number one, believe. Remember I mentioned earlier this morning, you've got to believe in the opportunity. Even if you're not making a lot of money, you've got to own it. Because when you're talking about the opportunity and trying to recruit somebody, they can see it in your face. So you really got to believe in the compensation plan and the financial rewards. Education is power. People want to be educated, they don't want to be sold, you just want to educate. So you guys finding it's enrolling skills? On page 2. Involve, make it personal, people want to have that personal connection. Inspire people by doing the extraordinary. This industry gives people a chance to be the greatest they can do. It's hard to do that in a job. Honesty and integrity. Tell people up front the time investment and what they might be able to earn by their time investment. Don't ever mislead people. You know, Nikki was mentioning earlier, the FTC has come down on this industry pretty hard, and the Federal Trade Commission. And they actually went after VEMA and other companies, and because we're 1099s, they're looking at this industry very different. So it's all about integrity. I'm next after and being honest with people and telling them what this business is about when you enroll them. How much time they might need to invest for a 90-day bronze or really to rank up in certain titles, but really show your integrity in the process. And don't be afraid to ask too. We're going to talk about that. Never prejudge. I know we talked about that this morning. I have a tendency to do it myself. Somebody will come and I'll talk to them and they have a pair of jeans on, old shoes, automatically I think, they're not for the kid, I'm gonna move on to the next person. So usually the person who you least likely expect is the one who's gonna be the most successful. And also the hungriest, right? The hungrier your new recruit is, the more successful they're gonna be. And follow through. When somebody comes in as a new team member, you created a system, your next recruit and your next recruit and your next recruit is going to be a lot easier. So once you have that McDonald's franchise in place, it's going to be a lot easier. So here are 6 tips on enrolling for success. Always gear yourself towards the 90 days to bronze. Partner with your new team member and help them enroll 3 people. Partner on a 3-way call with their first 3 prospects. Do some of you also, when you recruit locally, do you go to their first class and help them with their first class? So partner with them through the process. Partner with your prospect at a business opportunity meeting. If they know 10 people, you could have, it doesn't have to be a class, you could have an opportunity meeting in your home. Partner with them on their first event, their first class or party. Partner with them on coaching calls, and also partner with them on 90-day bronze. And the reason we had Heather and Christy come up and tell you is that 90-day bronze is really, it starts right when the program starts right when you start. A lot of people take 3 months just to get settled in. So it's important that your upline gets you started correctly. So that 90 days determines the rest of your life in this industry. You're more apt to stay in this business and probably be more successful because you achieve that much. So the first 90 days is really important. And people will drop out in month 2 and month 3. So on this handout, which is in your handouts, there is a section. And I wanted you've learned a lot today. And you guys are probably gonna go back brain dead and of course have some smoothies. But I'd love you to fill out a couple ideas on some of the new systems and processes you're going to implement and hopefully next week we get that. Maybe something you've learned today and something that you may be already doing, but you're not doing as well. So I wanted to take a few minutes to help you write that down. And then also, I'd love to hear from you what your greatest fear is. I'd love to hear from the group because this type of information will help us put together better training programs for you guys as well. If we're not addressing some of your concerns or your, what I call self-sabotage, your fears, then maybe we need to offer some new training programs. So I'd like to take a couple minutes and just have you fill out a system, even if you want to do one, and one fear. And we're still giving out samples. Annie's guarding it with a gun. She's got it right next to her. Nobody's going to grab it. And we would just throw it out. Okay. Anybody want to step up and give me a system or process they're going to
Right. All three or just one?
All three. You can do, yeah.
I'm gonna go back and set up the call plan. I know there's some out there, but I need to set up something that's more in line with my personality style. Share my presentation notes. I use 3x5 cards to keep me on track during my notes with my new people and help them plan and prepare their first demo and be there for it.
Their first calls. Okay, good. That's good. And then what is your greatest fear in this business?
Being too pushy. I have a hard time selling. So to go up to somebody and say, hey, do you want to be an instructor? They're like, I just want to come to the class, get off my face. That's my biggest fear.
Could you take that and transfer it to a visual and say, can I show you how to card me and pay for your products and just make it kind of a visual so it's not as intimidating?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, thanks for being first sharing. System or systems?
Well, I think the virtual office, the back office, the trainings that are in there, I need to get way more familiar with them so that if somebody asks me a question and there's a training that can help them, I can just say, oh, just this. And because it's there, it's so easy.
Right. So I'm hearing, when you verbalize, when you stand up, it's even better, but when you verbalize a commitment, you won't have to follow through with it. So we're going to check on you next week, and you're going to know the back office. And Mark's going to help you. Okay, fear, Joan?
The obligation, the commitment, well, just, I feel inadequate, so.
Then that means we need to build your confidence. So I'm hoping by tomorrow, and thank you for sharing that, your confidence level will be better. So, and we all get scared.
Well, the fear is a rejection.
Fear of rejection?
I mean, we had 3 classes in a row that had a no-show.
Okay.
And so I'm okay, well, let's do another one. She's going, I don't know if I'm ready for another one. There's nobody coming.
Oh, the host.
Yeah, well, we hosted them ourselves.
Okay.
No, there was one that was somebody else listening to.
Yeah, and so I think first on the rejection part of it.
Okay. Do you mind if I work with you and help you through that process? It sounds like you're hosting your own classes and then your host. So I can give you some ideas where that will help, where you won't have it. It sounds like no shows. Right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay. And then we'll also learn some more tomorrow as well. Dean?
I was just going to say, some of us might not have reached 90 days.
Yeah.
Like we haven't. And so I think a good system for both of us is to buy the envelope kit and focus on that goal. Even though we're going to do this for a while, we do that, and then that way they can follow then at least we could say we've done that as well.
Yes.
I think that's great.
You made a commitment to make 90 Day to Bronze and by stating that's scary, so that's a big step, so congratulations. And what's better to have couples, I love, if you don't have your spouse supporting you, because he's dating you, you can't have it.
It's called parenting. It's called
I tell you, look at this business with our spouse that's fortunate. Okay, so we got 5 more minutes. Okay, anybody fear or anything you want to share, like you want to have involved?
Well, mine's, anyway, with the team thing, it's kind of hard because I don't have anybody. And so.
Wendy.
But. I'm doing it all now. But, but for me, what I want to do is to get the emails from Christy and talk to you a little more about how you organize and categorize stuff. Because there's just so much info, and for me, I have almost no time. So all these emails that come are great, but I can't read them all. So I don't even know the information that's really, and I don't have a computer. So it's when my receptionist is gone to lunch, I sometimes get a chance to like look at. Anyway, so it's really hard. But
okay, so it sounds like getting more organized in time management. Can you print off those emails and read it on a Sunday afternoon? I mean, can you do that?
We got so much. Like I wish, like that's just. But and so my fear part is I don't know how. I think that's what's keeping me back is not knowing how
to handle.
Like if I got people under me, how to like because I want to duplicate. I want to have it right there, like boom, just like Christy does, just like all these other people. But I've never done it, and so I think that's what's holding me back is I don't have all this stuff together to make it happen.
Okay, that's big.
And it's probably been in the virtual office, but I don't even have time to like do all that stuff. So if I had a computer,
I think we're supposed to duplicate Christy, and she's supposed to give it to me.
I'm looking for the paper right now because I want you guys to look at it.
And Wendy, can we talk after the event?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm doing a presentation soon after, but yes.
Okay.
Michelle, is it okay if I just talk about sentence?
Yes.
Okay, so this is kind of what has been modified by all of us. Natalie's done some really hard work on it, so all the instructors have, but this is just kind of like what we do as mentors when we do our different phone calls. And so this is just something you can kind of look through. I'll make copies or I'll get it to you guys and you guys can make it look better or whatever, but at least you can kind of see that it is helpful, so it gives you kind of a list of what to do. So you don't have to feel like you've got to do all the business in one day, right? It's not all on your shoulders, it's over time.
Because I just know you put so much time and effort into this stuff, but then I feel horrible because I know it's there somewhere and all this, I don't know where.
Yeah.
That's why McDonald's took 40 years to figure it out. So you need to maximize it, definitely.
And I just want to say amen.
Okay. We have a page in the training that gives you some prospect tools and resources. I've got to skip over that, but you have these tools, these handouts to read. So I want to make sure you look at it tonight. Do you have a quick
Well, I was just, maybe it's just a comment, but as I go back and try to look through like all of the videos that have been made and like the conference calls and things, I feel like it needs to be like a one-word answer of this is what the call is about instead of a whole paragraph. Because then I look down and I'm like, I don't even remember where that was. I saw that. I know there's an opportunity call somewhere, but it's a whole big description instead of this is opportunity, this is recruiting, this
Make
is
it alphabetized.
Well,
Categorized
yeah,
and alphabetized.
or like this is the person who gave the training and it's this 1 or 2 word answer about what it's about. Instead of like having to read the whole book of what the call is, and then that takes all the time away from actual listening.
Well, that was
listening.
the founders, remember we talked about that. I agree with you. We need to organize so you guys can go in quickly and know exactly what your take is. I do. Yeah, we'll organize that better. I did want to share something with you that we have in the handouts. And I don't know if you guys know the duplication of the penny. If you ever, you can Google this online, but it just the power. I always like to just bring this up, the power of duplication. This takes you from 1 penny, and it's a duplication every day, to $5 million in 30 days from just a penny. So it breaks it down how it duplicates every day.
I don't think we have that. We don't have that.
No, that's what you said.
It is from the slide edge.
Okay, I can tell you where to find it. It's in the deck for the new instructor training. This is one of the pages. Yeah, and what I would do is I would go to Staples and laminate this. And this is just really simple. It's a visual. And when you see what 1 penny does to 5 million, I still can't believe it. But that's pretty awesome. So, and again, that's with patients. Okay. Okay. Next up, we have.
So that's now.
This is, woo, Andy, you're saying you're holding that. Okay, Andy's gonna talk about maximizing the pay plan. Okay? Woo, woo,
Okay, so I know that we have kind of mixed in, people who've been here since the beginning, we have some new people, I think it'll be good to kind of go over overall things, and then also kind of get, some tips, what will help, to really, to tap into the potential of the compensation. So.
Can you put handouts at the beginning?
I didn't.
Oh, it's all on here.
Yep.
So are they gonna get copies of this?
We've done, there's things like this in the back office, we can put it in the back office, it's just kind of, I think it's just new type things. So, let's first talk about the people that are in the industry, because there's basically 3 people, they're gonna fall into 3 categories. Even if you have hosts, they're gonna be one of these 2 types of customers. So, when you start out, we have retail customers and we have preferred customers. And I think everybody's, am I messing with the, so retail customers are people obviously that are going to be paying retail pricing. There are no order commitments. They can order whenever they want to. They can come and go as they please. A lot of times this is going to be what your hosts start out as. And you can also, since we made the shipping updates a couple months ago, $7.99 flat rate shipping or $125 ship their order for free. Preferred customers, obviously this is one of the things you're really going for. As you're going to a class, preferred customers are really going to be where it's at, because if you can get them to understand the product, to understand how a monthly order commitment is really going to help their health, 10% is a huge deal. If they're saving money on shipping because they can also get their orders for $5.99. And there is the monthly order, but at the same time, you can tell them, hey, if you run out of your protein powder, your next shipment is going to be at your door. There's really, it's a win-win. They can obviously cancel whenever they choose to, but these are really going to be the bread and butter of making sure that you have your PTV for the month. We're going to go over PTV in a minute, but they will really help with that. So the other people that are in the business are you guys, the instructors. They are the people that are in the compensation plan. So obviously you guys also get wholesale pricing, you also get the $5.99 flat rate shipping, $125 for free, that's for everybody. You get access to your virtual office and your personalized website. You are the people that enroll other people. You participate in the business opportunity, you educate people on their nutrition and health by holding classes and parties, and you progress through the ranks of membership here. So just a brief overview here of the ranks. Start out at member, and then obviously go all the way up to enrolled instructor. So I want to briefly touch on enroller and sponsor, because I know sometimes it's a little bit confusing to people. So most of the time, you're probably going to be enroller and sponsor on everybody that you bring in. But basically, enroller means who introduced them to the company. If you are having a class and you have people that come to that class, if they are your contacts, then you're probably going to want to keep enroller on them, because enroller means that you get fast start, and fast start is 5 levels deep. So most likely you're going to want that 5% on the second, third, fourth, and well, sorry, it's 4 levels deep. My bad. Yeah, 20%, 5, 5, and 5. So you're most likely going to keep enroller and sponsor on both. But there are situations where you might want to give sponsorship of someone to one of your downline. So a situation like that might be maybe you have a customer who's in geographically close to a customer and you feel like they might be better suited. Or maybe it's a personality thing. Maybe it's somebody that you maybe just don't quite click with. And you think, you know what, this person is really gonna be great with it. Or maybe it's a time thing. Maybe you already have, you know, these people that you're working with, and you just really don't feel like you have the time to spend with that person that's really going to maximize.
I think it's always great too if it's family. Like I had a customer and then her sister signed up like 3 months later. So I gave her, she doesn't even know it, but I gave her sponsor because if she ever joined or something, I wanted to be connected.
Absolutely, that's a great point, that's some things. So basically, it means that if you're giving up sponsorship, you're still going to benefit from that person because they're in your downline. They're still going to count towards your OB, which is really what you need to rank. But it's understanding the difference there of if you brought them into the company, then you're going to be an enroller. But you can give away sponsorship if that makes sense for everybody involved. And so sponsorship means that the person that you're giving it to would directly benefit from what they're doing every month. They're you know, that volume is going to come directly from them. So, Michelle, so does that make sense?
Okay, so if like me giving the sponsorship to this person, but this person is still a customer, I'm still getting it as level 1, right?
Yeah.
Still
so
my
like,
level 1 unless that person becomes an instructor.
Right. So that's a good point. Like we created this. We kind of made a. It's a very interesting way that we did it. Like the way that we put hosts into the tree. It's very unorthodox, but at the same time we did it for everybody's best interest, because if that host wasn't if they weren't in that position and they were to join later, you know, they would be over here and all of their people would be in review, and they might feel left out because it's like I brought all of my friends and family and now they're not in my immediate downline. So that's why we did it. But that host is basically just a placeholder. So if you have a customer or preferred customer who's under you and they have a downline under them, you're going to benefit directly from all of those people. That fast start comes to you. All of that volume comes to you for ranking. So it doesn't hurt you to put, matter of fact, it benefits you, because if that person does decide to upgrade and become an instructor, they're already getting people, so they're hitting the ground running. And so they're already counting towards your OB, and that's really what's gonna rank you. So.
So I'm another question. So it still shows that they're number 2 in there, so I can't look at their orders, and it frustrates me. I'm like, how much I can look at their orders, but now they're in someone's number 2, and.
Right, so they're technically, even though they're still technically acting in volume and dollars as level 1, they are still level 2 to you because you do have that level of separation with that host in the middle. I know that it
gives me this little bit of anxiety that they're really not showing up in there.
We can see it reflected. You can see it reflected. Like if you look in your back office, if you look at your volume and things for the month, you'll see them reflected there for sure. So we found that the only things that you're really missing out on are their physical address, because you can still get their email address, and I think you can still get their phone number. Right, and so you can even still see, you know, order totals and things like that. So and we found that it's a legal thing that technically if there's instructors below you, that there needs to be that level of separation just so that you can't reach too far down. You know, so that we found that it was just a legal loophole. So it's something that we've left in place, but it is something that for right now, we've decided not to, but in the future, we know that it's.
Since I've had it with a lot of my, you know, because that happens when you have a host,
right,
and you're signing them up.
Right, so you can still see all
I
their
can't
information.
see their order to call them.
Right. So whenever you have a class, that's why we like recommend that whenever you have a class, kind of try to keep track of what people order in their initial order, so you can follow up with them, because you are still kind of their immediate connection to the company. So we're aware of the issue. We know that it's out there. We know we want to make it better for you guys, but right now that's kind of what we're up against. So that's, sorry, Natalie, 1 second.
Is there, I mean, I know there's legal issues and whatnot, but is there a way that we can see that? Like, I don't know if whoever's doing it, but then once they become an instructor, then we don't have that right to see that.
That's what we're kind of after. Like, we're hoping that there's a way that we can open it up and then kind of back it off a little bit once that structure is in place.
Yeah.
Right now it doesn't exist, but we're hoping that there is something we can do. That's the plan. That's our goal. That's our wish list. In a, you know, completely, when we have everything we want, that's what it'll look like. Absolutely. So, yeah, Natalie, yeah.
So I want to make sure I understand right, because I think it can also be a recruiting tool. Because I had a customer that hosted classes, like a lot of activity came in. I looked at her volume, like even though she's a customer, like 2 months later, and she had 1,000 in volume.
Yeah.
And so I let her know. I
You
was
can
like,
be an instructor.
but I want to make sure. So if
Yeah.
she activated as an instructor, that volume would go to her. It would. Then I have to watch myself closely though, because that bumps them all down a level.
So
and it would, if she gets 2,000, then that goes for my PTV.
Right, so that's one of the good things I want to bring up, is if you can, and the nice thing is that if that happens, in the month that happens, if someone were to upgrade and they become an instructor and they have their volume, because people count towards your PTV up and until they become a ranked instructor. So I'm gonna say that again, because it's a little bit lingo-y, but basically, if you have somebody who is a member or an apprentice, I know, and it's duplicate, like we use instructor for people that are involved in the business, but we also use it for a rank. So I know that's confusing.
Consider this change.
But we've talked about that since the beginning. We're like, oh, are we too far down the road? But so ranked instructor. So basically, once they hit that rank and they get paid as an instructor, that's the point where they stop counting towards your PTV, but not in the first month that they hit it, because we don't want you to be deranked because somebody below you, ranked to
So like a
instructor.
grace period.
Right, exactly.
So
But
it'll
this-
always reflect in our virtual office.
Yeah, so in that first month that they hit it, it won't take it out of yours. So you don't have to worry that if like somebody's on the cusp, that they're gonna
Okay.
rank you.
That's so
It
good.
won't happen. Right, so, but the second month, and some people ask like, okay, well then what's my benefit for helping somebody else rank because it doesn't count towards my PTV? The awesome thing is that you're not gonna get anywhere until those people start building. You wanna build those people underneath you, because once they start getting their PTV up and their OV up, that all counts towards you. That's all golden. Your OV is really what takes you places, and that's everyone in your organization. So their goals and their wins are your wins.
But once they hit that 2,000, even if they come below it, they never come back up.
Right, once they're a ranked instructor, that's basically a pin rank. So once they're an instructor, because then they're collecting for themselves. Like that's why that happens, because they don't really need their PTV until they're ranking. Once they rank, they're trying to get that PTV for themselves. Does that kind of make sense? Okay. So, I know, yeah, go ahead,
Is
Michelle.
that all defined in the term? I mean, is that all parts of the?
And I know that these are intricacies, so like these are things that are like, once you get more into the business, these are things that you learn, and they're tips and tricks and things like that to know. So,
Do we have FAQs on the comment?
you know what, we'll create one of those, because I think we have them involved with other FAQs, but not necessarily by themselves, so that's a good point. Yeah.
So every time you have a host in a party, then all the purchases under them should always be us as the enroller and that host as a sponsor.
Not necessarily, because if they're contacts of the hosts, then the host should be the enroller on them. Because if they're not your people,
So they'd be both like
a
sponsor.
right, the only way that you should be an enroller is if they're your personal contacts. Does that make sense? So even though you're gonna benefit directly, like if you have a host, you sign them up as enroller and sponsor to all of their people that they bring in. So, Nikki is my host, and she brings Kristen. And since I don't know Kristen, I'm not enroller on Kristen, because I didn't bring her to the opportunity, Nikki did. I'm still gonna get Fast Start, I'm still gonna get retail, I'm still gonna get all of the other commissions on Kristen's services. But that means that if Nikki ever becomes an instructor, she gets the benefit directly from Kristen, and she gets that Fast Start ongoing for the multiple levels, because that was her contact. So it's kind of like who brought them to the company.
So if we've kind of screwed it up for the first, I don't know how many people.
If you have some major issues, reach out to us, Annie.
Right now, there's no issues, but
Right, the only way to become an issue is if they upgrade, but that's important to realize, like, that, there's a placeholder for them. So if they ever become, part of the structure, that they'll get that benefit. But if you have issues, let us know, reach out to support, reach out to me, and it brings me to go out, we'll fix it. So, but yes, please keep that in mind, because technically we don't jumble things around too much. So.
Okay, so just, I don't know if anyone else has experienced anything like this, but I have a host that's been a multiple time host. And then, so I started talking to her about being an instructor, but she just kind of wants to pay her $100 a month or whatever, and then benefit. But I do all the work. I was like, okay, I don't want that,
Right.
you know? So what do you do in a situation like that? Like, I almost don't want her to become one because there's like this huge, you know, there's a lot of people.
Right.
Like, like that,
Because
and
if she
then
doesn't,
if I'm taking care of them and then now they're in my second level.
that'd be a tricky situation, because obviously if she joins and then kind of goes
Just
away.
wants to pay her 100 and,
Right,
you know.
she's only gonna, that's gonna be very short-lived for her, you know, if she doesn't nurture those people and she doesn't keep working with
Right,
them.
so I would have to still do the work.
Right,
So,
you still have to, so I would
would
probably.
you recommend not wanting that person to be?
I would.
You would or wouldn't?
I would put them as an instructor, if.
So I
if
kind of
that's-
stopped pushing her.
Right,
I'm not sure if that was the wrong thing to do.
Well, no, I mean, if she doesn't really want to be in the business, then there's really no benefit to her. Because, and you can tell her, it's like, hey, you can still benefit from being a host and getting host rewards, and keep on doing this, because you're gonna get free product, you're gonna get all these benefits from being a host.
That's
but-
kind of what I said, you can't be a host anymore.
Well, yeah, you can't, you can't take advantage of any of the host rewards for your instructor, so she would lose that. And if she really doesn't want to do the business, then she's not doing any of her friends and family any good either by.
By understanding it or helping.
Right. So.
And it sounds like that's all she wants, is the host benefits really, and
And
doesn't
you
want
can
to have
tell
to
her
nurture the
it's gonna
people.
Well, I mean, she'd like to make the commission on them.
Right, but you can tell her, be like, that might work for 1 month.
Yeah.
And it won't even work for the first party, because honestly, that's going to you, because you are doing the work as the instructor, and those volumes will come to you. So it would only be for the second month anyway. And it's
So
only-
even if she signed up in that same month, I would still get that.
Right,
pass.
that's only fair, like that is how it works, like if somebody wants to upgrade, we're instructed, we have to wait at least 3 weeks or until all the order, the party orders are cleared before we're gonna upgrade anyway, because that money is yours, it's fair, and the same thing for them, they sign up a host, the same thing for them, so. Kayla, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, we were wondering if there's ever gonna be a time when both systems are the same for members and like customers, instructors, where they all just order in the same way. Like preferred and logging in. Yeah, the login system.
That we don't have to go from the pin to the password to the.
If that will ever be the same.
It's not.
Because like when they, like, let's say they're referred and then now they just go back to retail, and they have no idea how to reorder again.
Right.
Because it's a whole new.
Even though we
And
tell
then
them, they still don't.
They don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just quit, because they're like,
Keeps you logged in and it keeps you out.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, there is, like, the system does, it hangs on to your stuff, so whenever you log in, or if you're trying to log in as someone else to place orders for someone else, make sure that you log out completely. Log out, even clear, that's the best way to do it, because the system right now is designed to kind of hold on to that so that you never fall out of it, so that, it knows that it's you and you follow it the whole way through. But it's a really good question, and we definitely want to make the enrollment process easier for people, but then it's good to know ongoing too, how they're placing orders and what's the easiest for them. So it's not something we have in the works, but I really appreciate you bringing it up. And definitely can be something that we help.
For sure, it would help for continued customers, because, they get frustrated and they don't come back.
Right. Because it's part of our process that whenever somebody downgrades from preferred to
Right.
retail, we send them an email and say, hey, if you don't have a PIN, here's your PIN. But I know that they lose that.
They lose the PIN, they don't get the login.
Right. So
the retail customers the hardest?
They're going from preferred to retail because they learn how to do it the preferred method. Then when they go to retail, it's a different method. So they'll go back to how they were doing it as preferred, and their PIN doesn't work.
Now,
Because they're going in the wrong site.
We do send instructions to everybody
They
who
don't-
changes.
they don't read them.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that, but at the same time, they do get good instructions.
They do, but
there a way we can get those instructions too?
Like,
Sammy,
preferred
she
customers
does. Yeah.
have a virtual
She
office.
says that we can get instructions. I see all of mine that have changed, that Sammy has had to change from preferred to retail. She CC'd me, so I know, so then I can follow up with them and say, hey, remember, you need to log in like this. If you really struggle, contact me. I don't want to babysit you, but contact me and I'll help you.
But even knowing why that is, because preferred customers have a form of the virtual office and retail customers don't. So it's good for everybody to understand why that difference is there, but it's great feedback too to know that that's a pain point for you guys. So appreciate Stephanie for sure you bring it up. So we'll keep it in mind for sure. Okay, so sponsor enrollment, we feel like we're pretty good. Okay, so, commissions, fast start and retail are the first commission types, and basically to earn those, because everybody can earn those, the only thing that you have to do is be active. And basically, if you're buying anything during the month, you're gonna be active. So active for apprentices meaning you have 50 PV per month. Instructors, you're gonna have 100 PV per month, and honestly, if you're doing your business, you're gonna reach those benchmarks anyway, so you don't really need to worry about it, but it's important to understand. So if you have somebody who signed up and then they didn't order anything, but they also sold stuff to people and they're looking for their commissions, if they're not active, they're not going to be earning commissions. They still need to be doing at least these benchmarks to be able to be earning a fast start and a retail.
Is that, have to be on auto-ship?
It does not have to be an auto ship. It's a good clarification. Yeah, it can just be regular orders, however you put them in there.
Also, instructors don't have to be on auto ship, they
No,
can just be
they
a
don't have to
regular
be.
retail.
We recommend it just because it's, then you never have to worry about being active, like.
You have to have an order every.
Right,
Every 5
yeah.
weeks, that's a good distinction.
Every
It's the 5 week.
5 weeks.
Yes. So if you order at the beginning of one month and at the very end of another, you're technically gonna be running the risk that you're gonna be out of just these types of commissions. Because you can obviously still constantly be qualified for your primary, you'd be kind of out of, the loop for 2 weeks of secondary commissions.
And that has happened before, and Annie can't fix it.
Right. I'm really sorry. It makes
She
me
can do nothing to
heartbroken.
fix it,
Right.
so I recommend staying on auto ship and then adjusting your date if you run into financial issues
Okay,
or
good to know.
inventory issues. That
Yeah.
don't get into the thinking that you're gonna remember when your last shipment came, because you're not.
Yeah.
You're not remember when the
It's
last
tough.
day came, you're not remember if it was 5 weeks or 6. And
Yeah.
I've had probably 2 or 3 people call me in the last few months saying, oh my gosh, I missed my date, what can I do? Nothing.
Right.
So sorry you taught those classes. Nothing. You just stay on auto ship.
And you have a 5 week, so you do have a 1 week buffer if you forget. But that's why it's a great thing, even if you only have a 50 PV auto ship in there,
Keep something in there.
yeah. Just let
But if you're gonna,
Oh, that's fine, we got a
If
couple.
you're gonna be doing $100 a month, you wanna do auto ship anyway, so you get the 12 to 13.
Exactly, there's benefits for having your auto
and then
ship.
you wanna do 125, so you don't push it.
Right, exactly.
Amen. Go ahead, Michelle.
For the 100 active each month and the 50 active each month, is the customer count towards their active?
Yeah, because PD is your purchases and purchases of retail, enrolled retail customers. That's what your PD is. And I saw another question over here, sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you can change your auto ship what it is, any day, any time. You can change the shipment date at any time.
Absolutely.
So if you're, don't wanna auto ship because you don't want the same things every month, that's not
Switch it
an
up.
issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Greg.
So if you weren't active because it lapsed or whatever.
Right.
And you want to get active, when does that happen? The
Make a
first
purchase.
month? Or
As
when
soon
you
as-
enroll in auto ship?
The
or-
very same day that you place an order, it goes from that date. So if you, yeah, so if you've lapsed and you're inactive, but you have a class coming up, even if you place an order the day before, you're fine. So you become active again for the next 5 weeks. Does that make sense? Now,
So the month that somebody hits instructor ranking, do they need to hit 100, do they need to be watching that and get their order to 100 PD?
Yes.
Not the following month.
and we'll go with, yeah, because the back office, that rank qualifications module, I can't stress enough how important that is to watch, because even if people like return product, you'll see your numbers go up and down, and you'll see in there if you don't have enough PV. Like say that you were the apprentice rank, so you might have your 50 PV in there, and your little, I think it's an oval, would be green, because you had your 50 PV, and you got up to your 1,000 PTV, and then you know what? You had a class and you're up at, say that you're up at, you're only $100 away from being an instructor, it will tell you, or if you're over, if you're over your 2,000 PTV, your little box that says PV will be red. And if you don't have enough PV and that's preventing you from ranking, that is such an easy fix. If you go ahead and place an order, boom, then you're an
Has to be a
instructor.
shop order, though, not an auto ship.
Right, you just want to make, watch your dates. Because if you set up an auto ship that isn't going to generate that month, if it's after the 25th of the month, don't do an auto ship, because auto ships only go, 1st to the 25th. So do a regular order. If you're ever in doubt, ask support, ask me, we'll help you. Okay? Okay, so minimum compression, this is just a really easy thing. It basically means that you're never going to lose out. So if you do have somebody, like Kristen brought up, if you have somebody that kind of languishes on the vine, they're not doing anything. The cool thing is that it will kind of skip over them and it will come up to you. So, not only will your organizational volume be everybody that's in your downline, so people that are doing stuff and people that aren't, even if they're only doing, 25 PB a month, that will still count for you. But that basically means that if they're not qualifying, that will come to you. So that's just there to help you out. So it's a good thing to know.
I have a question on that.
Yeah.
So they will always show up in your downline even if they're not doing
Yes, yes. Your structure never changes. Like unless somebody gets terminated from the tree, they're gonna be there.
And then, so say somebody on the first line isn't doing anything, will they always show a 1, or will they show like nothing, and then the next tree becomes 1?
Nope, they'll still always, so the tree always stays the same.
So they're not renumbered, they'll always
Exactly.
show up.
Right. Yes.
Are there anything in the works of creating like a visual like that in our virtual office? Something similar like that? Sorry, I don't need another sample. No, but like I would love to visually see it because the genealogy list gets kind of like overwhelming, even though you can sort it.
Sure.
But like, is there any? I don't know if that's something in the works. But like to visually be able to see like your team.
Oh,
like
sure.
something like that.
There are opportunities.
Yeah.
Have you looked, because there are things, I know that it gets unwieldy when you have a really big downlines, but there are reports that you can pull that do it in this kind of structure, like they're little figures.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there
But it
are.
doesn't tell you who they are, it just says you are the status, it'll tell you.
Okay, that's an important clarification.
That's
So,
true.
so I will, I'm gonna actually make note of it, so that I can.
The other thing that would be nice to see is be able to figure out how to search one instructor's whole downline. So if you wanted to see like how somebody was doing and see their customers, how they rather have to scroll through everything, like you can say, hey, how is so-and-so doing this? How do you see who their customers are? How do you, right? I mean, you can see their global PD, but like organized in the back office is the customers should always stay with that instructor, so you could be pages behind still catching customers from that instructor that's on a different page.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. So being able to see.
Yeah,
Jenny
you don't always see that person's, you see their stuff in their name, but maybe you want to see their customers are, where's that line coming from, what's their top customers, or who their top instructors.
It's not just, well, that one might be tied to it. That might be tied a little bit to the privacy thing of being able to see everyone else's, somebody else's downline.
Well, right now you can see who they are, like I can see, like say I look at Natalie's team, I can see everyone who's enrolled, because it shows her as the enroller. I would just love to be able to type in Natalie and then see her, who she's enrolled. Does that make sense? I don't need to see any specific information on people, but I'd love to see that like Jane and John, all through the word, I'll be able to like even keep an eye on them for, in a sense that this person's close, because I like to keep an eye on what's around the team and let them know somebody's close to a rank advancing, somebody needs to place a $30 order. This is your best person when you're talking about being an instructor. I like to kind of, but it's really hard because not all of Natalie's data shows up, like Natalie and then David, it doesn't show that way. It'll show scattered. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. Yeah. I can show you what it looks like too.
Bring one up and we'll look at it, yeah.
It's helpful as your teams get bigger because then you can help teach your instructors how to look after their team. Because that's something that people will want to do, and they'll want to start helping the instructors that need help or close, or are going to miss the rank advancement, or maybe their auto shape isn't up and you can tell they don't place an order yet, and it's the 29th of the month. You know what I mean? Like, I like to kind of look at that and see. But I like to teach my instructors to watch for that too. But it's tricky because, like I said, I can't search for that when instructors enroll people. Right. I just wondered.
Okay, yeah, for sure. And Natalie, I'm pretty sure, I'll look into it, but I'm pretty sure that there's a way to see things as a tree instead of as a list. So I'll look at it and I'll find it.
It seems like there was maybe a feature, but I don't know if it's the upgraded. But I don't know if the upgraded.
Is it part of Evo Plus?
And do you really get to see it if you do Evo? I haven't really known what the benefit is to do Evo.
Yeah, I know,
so
Evo Plus we need to do, yeah, we need to dig into training stuff as well. Yeah.
Yeah, what's happening there?
Okay, so PBs you touched on a little bit already, but basically it's good to understand that your PB is your own purchases and purchases out for your personally enrolled retail customers. So that's what counts. If you end up going in having a class that you host yourself, all those people's volume is going to count for your own. So it's more than just yourself. PTV. So personal team volume is what PTV stands for. And total volume of purchases of your customers, your preferred customers, your members, and apprentices, and your downline, down to and not including your next instructor. So again, I know lingo-y, but real-time example here. Basically, so if Nikki's in my downline and she's an apprentice, and Dean and Aaron are in my downline and it's a retail and preferred customer, all three of these guys are going to count towards my PTV. But if Kristen is also in my downline and she's an instructor, a ranked instructor, so we've already touched on this a little bit. If she's a ranked instructor, she has her own PTV. So she's not going to count towards mine because she's working on her own. So the goal, because the cool thing is with our compensation plan, is you have your PV. So if I want to be an instructor, if I want to be any rank I want to be in the entire company, I can have 100 PV and I can have 2,000 PTV. The rest is all organizational. So if you, that's why we always kind of tell you to go after those preferred customers. You know, get 20 customers, 20 preferred customers on 100 PV auto ship. Boom. There's your 2,000 PTV, and you can go anywhere that you want to in the company. You know, that basically takes care of your PTV for the month. You never have to worry about it. So that's why we tell you to kind of build that structure. Even though you're going to have more people counting towards that, all of the retail customers are going to count, but they're not necessarily clockwork. You know, they're not going to be reliable. And if you do have instructors in your downline, they'll count towards you up until they're ranked as an instructor. So does that make sense? Why? Like they're counting towards they're getting their own. Once they're in a ranked instructor, they're working on their own 2,000. So they're not going to also count towards mine, but they will count towards my OV. But
does that rank happen every month, or once they've ranked once, then?
It's that in rank. So once they reach it the first time, because they're always kind of going after it, even if they're not kind of actively doing it, they're still an instructor and they're still working on their PTV every month. Because everybody, you know, we all know the first of the month, we're all starting all over again. So,
right.
You know.
So once they've hit it, you're saying that they're ranked?
That's their pin rank. So if they're an apprentice, they're still counting towards you. So if they're an apprentice for November, December, and January, they would count towards your PTV and your OB. But if they rank as an instructor in January, they'd still count since that's their first month. But in February, they're not going to come up anymore towards your PTV because they're, you know, then we're kind of trying to say, okay, cool, you reached instructor rank, let's do that again. Let's duplicate that. So that's what happens there. But that's why, because they're trying to get their own.
So even if they don't in February,
right,
they're still not going to count.
If they only get 500, it's still going to stop with them, but they'll still count towards your OB, which is the great thing. And OV, we've talked about this a lot. This basically means everybody in your organization. So no stipulations, I mean, it's everybody. It's your customers, it's your instructors, and this is really what's going to take you up the ranks in the commission structure. So rank advancement, I know this is sometimes a little bit of a confusing rule, but we're going to try to make it really simple. It's basically the 60-40 rule. Based on, so rank advancement is based on three things. Your monthly PV, your monthly PTV, the OV, and the 60-40 rule. The 60-40 rule, which we have some details here. And again, I'm going to stress, looking at your rank qualifications module on the home page of your back office, you go there, you scroll down, it's on the left. Is this will tell you everything that you need to know. Kristen was a genius. It's a nice little slider so that you never have to worry about figuring out your 60-40 because it's mind-numbing. It melts my brain trying to figure it out. And since your things change all the time, you know, somebody makes another purchase, it's going to change everything. So this slider is where it's at. Basically, it means that you want to have balance in your downline. You don't want to have one person, and if you have somebody else who's really going for it, you don't want to have that sponsor somebody else because then you have one leg that's really taking off and you're not balanced. You want to make sure that you have, you know, your front line or even your front line's front line is balanced. You don't want to have one person that's driving you. It's basically to prevent somebody from just rising through the ranks without doing anything. You know, it's making sure that everybody gets a fair share. And basically, so if you want to get down to the nitty-gritty of how it's actually calculated, it's basically that 40% of your qualifying OV can come from one leg. So the rest of your organization has to count for 60% of your OV. And as you'll see here, so we kind of pulled just an example here. and you can see your non-high leg volume, your 60/40 is that 3,000 that's met there. So it will show you if you are out of alignment with your 60/40, and basically it will tell you who your highest leg is, you know, and then it's not because you do it for the company. Your biggest leg is Robin Openshaw with 2,000 feet. So if you go in there and you see, okay, this person is really taking off this month, they're counting for more than their fair share of my entire OB, we'll try to make either have another class and, you know, put that host not under that same person or get some orders going for somebody else. Or if you see another instructor that's in your front line that's really close, encourage them to do some things. But basically it's just about balance. But that's the best place to keep track of it. It's not usually a huge problem, but it is something to be aware of. Any questions on?
And we just shown where, as you were saying, it goes red and green, just show how that is on there.
Oh, yeah. So there is your personal team volume. There's your first one. Your OB is your second one here. And this is your 60/40 slider.
And then that little square out to the left, that one says 100 dB after
Oh,
the
yes.
exclamation point.
Yes.
So the exclamation point is just telling you that you do not have enough of your own personal order, somebody can order before the end of the month.
Sorry, Christine. It'll turn green.
As soon as you've done it, it'll turn green. But if it's ever red with an exclamation point, you have got to place an order. You've got to figure out what you need to
So
meet that.
one thing to keep in mind, so this here, this rank, when you go in here, it's going to show what you are currently. So right now, if you go in and you don't have anything for the month so far, you're going to be a member. So all of these things will be fine because you don't need to do anything to be a member. You're already a member. But use this to put in your goal. So if you want to be an instructor, these sliders will all change to say, okay, here's what you need to do then to be an instructor for the month. Or if you're already an apprentice, they will show, okay, you're all green and your rank is an apprentice. But if you were close to the next one, use the next thing on the drop down and say, okay, instructor, and here's what you need to do. Go ahead, Ellen.
I've noticed that the key measures and the rate qualification numbers sometimes are off. Like last month, my OV down at the bottom on the rate qualification showed one number and my key qualifications was slightly lower. Like based on key qualifications, I wouldn't have rated advanced, but lower one I would have. Do you remember that, Christy?
I do, and that happens to me all the time.
They're slightly off on those two.
Okay. That's, maybe next month I'll look at one of yours and kind of try to find out which one is correct and why the other one's off. Because I know that they are pulling from different places in the software. So it might just be something that one takes a minute to refresh, because they refresh at different rates. One goes all the time, another one goes like once a business
So
day.
if the one at the bottom is showing me that I hit a certain rank advancement, can I be confident that I'm getting paid at that?
I believe so. I believe that this would be the correct one.
Because that's been my concern, like, I hope it's me on this one.
And you, again, you can always ask us because in our system, we can see
I think I
exactly
did email that one in, it's been like probably.
You did, she says, yeah, and I saw, I looked at mine and mine did the same thing too. Which
I
one's
think
the
it's a
correct one, the top or the bottom?
I'm guessing probably the bottom, and I'm thinking it's just a refresh rate.
The top of the business name, is that not the one, like, or
Probably.
words?
But that might be something that we can change too, to have them be, whichever one is the most up to date, we can try to see if we can get them both.
Is there something, like when we receive our check, say for like the monthly check, is there something that can kind of give us that peace of mind, like I've been paid? I mean, other than the amount, but like, is there something that tells us?
I think there is, it does tell you
On the
what your,
check?
I think so, but I'll look, because
Okay,
I thought
maybe I
that it
missed
said
that.
on there like paid as
Okay, I'll check
instructor or
that.
whatever it is, and then you can definitely tell by your volume or your percentages, but I'll look at that too.
Are you asking paid as rank, is that what you're saying that?
Yeah.
What rank is paid at?
Yeah, because that's like that month, those differences would have made the difference of two different rankings.
So what is your check statement today? Does it give you all of your qualifications that you paid in? Does your staff say?
I don't know, not that I've ever noticed.
No, it has it just has like a cycle number.
Yeah.
It says like 98-5.
Okay, so Tracy just brought up a good point, that if you go to, like, if it doesn't tell you on your check, which I'll check to see, but in the download PDF, like if you go into your commissions and you look at the specific period, you can not only see it on that page, but there's at the top with a download PDF button, and that breaks down like everything that you can think of. And she's saying that your paid as rank is definitely on that. Okay, so that detail is great to be checked.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
So say you make instructor rank 1 month, but then the next month you drop down, are you paid at the rank that you're at currently or that you were before?
It's always based on what you have done that month.
Okay, so you retain a rank, you never lose rank, you're only paid on the work that you've done.
Exactly, yeah. So your pin rank, like you can be, if you hit bronze one time, awesome, you will ever
You'll
forever
always
be-
hold that rank.
Right, you'll always
You'll only
be.
get your commissions into your legs based on what you get done.
Right, like if you fall down to apprentice, you will get paid as an apprentice. So that's why there's a pin rank and there's a paid as rank.
And Christy, they call it a recognition rank.
Yeah.
You may take the highest rank forever, but you're always paid as production.
And that's why that becomes so important.
Yeah.
That is like the most important tool we have in there.
Honestly, I can't stress enough how amazing using this tool is.
And I always suggest taking your rank and down, just clicking it and taking what your goal is.
Yep.
If your goal is silver, set it at silver,
Yep.
and then just watch your bars, you're good.
Absolutely, because that will even tell you if you've had returns that are gonna be affecting your volume for the month, this will tell you, it will drop down as things around, so.
Our returns back by the end of the month, as they come in, just look.
As they come in.
in.
We do try to be careful, like if we have ones that we know for sure are going to be ranked, we try to be careful and hold off, but at the same time, we can't hold them because customers.
People are waiting for that money.
Right,
Yeah.
so we
And then
can't,
we get chargebacks. And
right,
Do you make outbound calls if someone's a $50 cost to ranking the whole title as customer service?
we don't have a way to really manage it for the entire field, but a wish list, yes, Julie, good.
On our checks, when it has like a withdrawal of $14 or $18, is that return a product or?
It can be, so there's withholdings, so you're gonna have a withholding for a check fee or your pro pay fee, which will be either $2 or 75 cents, depending on what thing you have. But withholdings can also mean a clawback. So if somebody has returned something, and it would be a clawback of volume based on their return. So that's what your withholdings would be, but they both fall under that same category. Okay, so here's where I want to quickly go over the commission types, because we have weekly commissions, we also have monthly commissions. Your weekly commissions are your secondary. Basically, Monday to Sunday is a period, and we pay out 10 days after the close of each period. Reason for that is because we want to make sure everything gets settled. We want to try to prevent as many clawbacks happening as possible, so someone returns something a few days after they order it. But basically, 10 days after, so that's why you always get paid on Wednesdays. That's when we send out the checks, or if you have ProPay. I can't stress ProPay enough. I don't know if everybody has. I don't think enough people have ProPay, but you can sign up for it in your back office. You only get charged 75 cents for a payment on ProPay, whereas $2 for a check.
Well, with the ProPay.
Yeah.
When you're like, can you get cash advances from that? Or is it just purchasing things on the card?
I believe that you can transfer, maybe somebody that has ProPay. Can
Okay.
You can
When
link
we're
it
all-
to your bank account.
You can
and
transfer
send
it
money from
Okay.
into your bank account.
Because when we're all millionaires, I mean, that's just gonna keep building,
That's awesome.
and I'm not gonna buy all that stuff, I wanna
Yeah.
invest it, you
So
know?
you transfer it.
So, okay, that's
You
good.
can transfer it, yeah. So it's basically, it's like a prepaid card, but you can transfer the money.
Okay, good, that's the only thing that made me nervous of like not wanting to, because I'm like, well, all this is getting built up in a card, and I'm not like a big spender,
Right.
like, let's spend all this stuff.
Right, you want it in your debit.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Is there an annual fee?
I believe there is, I think it's $9.95. It might be.
Still less than a check though, and you feel on risk of having it lost in the mail, or taking your being delayed
And you can get it immediately. So as soon as I run commissions, you're paid.
I'm saying, I've got 3 checks in the wall right now, I don't have any deposits. Yeah. Which saves me from not spending, but.
Can we get a training on that ProPay a little bit more?
Let's put that on our list, because.
It's on my list.
Is it? Okay, it's on the list.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. No, he's not telling me.
Go ahead, Wendy. Oh, did you have a question?
I was really talking to her, so we might have totally missed this, about how to switch from a check to.
Oh, yeah, if you just go to the back office, I think that it's.
And your mind, yeah.
Okay. But it's basically just an option in your back office to register for ProPay. And it's not us. ProPay is its own company, but we connect with them. So, that's how you get paid. Basically, you register with them. So you give them all of your information, give them your social security, your address, or whatever else. They keep that all, they encrypt it all, they're a very reputable company, obviously. But yeah, they manage that information, but then we just basically release your money to them and they pay you.
So you have one card and they just continue to put on that one card? Or do they
Yeah.
keep me, okay.
Yep.
I thought you were like receiving.
It's not like a gift card that they mail to you.
Okay, like all these gift cards.
It's a debit card, it's a debit card, and you can use the debit card anywhere you want, like a credit card, so as the money adds to it, you can take it and spend it at the grocery store.
Yeah.
So the way you sign up for it is you just click on the account tab at the top, and there's a ProPay link, so account, ProPay, and then there is a multi-step process to go through it. It's, I wish it was a little bit more just click and magic happens. But because ProPay is a separate company from us, they have some stuff they want you to do. But it's not difficult. You just have to put, the instructions are all there. And you just get, then the money goes on your debit card, which gets mailed to you, and then you just have it in your wallet. You can use it. So it doesn't just build up there in some mysterious online bank account.
Right.
You don't know what to do with it. So you can transfer it to a checking account or use the debit card.
And they call it an e-wallet, so it's up in a cloud and you can move it anywhere.
So do we receive electronic statement or like pay stubs? How would we?
Then it would still be your back office, that you
Just
can
our
go
back
in and you can see your detail. But yeah, I mean,
You
the
don't
stuff is
necessarily
there.
receive an email like this has been recently.
You might from ProPay, honestly, that it's something, since I go, since I'm not a tree, but,
Okay.
but yeah, for sure you can still see your detail. But
Is direct deposit gonna be an option in the future?
Not,
I mean, I know it's only like a minimal fee, but I
we've
just.
looked at that option, we will probably not do it. Because there's some other issues, reasons why.
But this is pretty much.
Industry standard is e-wallet.
Yeah.
And you know why it's industry standard? Because you can go into a restaurant, take your best customers, your best hosts, and you have a branded GSGLife card. And you can show off and you can put it on that and you can write it off. It's all there and you're branded. It's a card.
So that's what It Works uses.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
that's kind of
yes.
their marketing.
Yeah.
They can take pictures of their card, everything.
Yeah.
It's their marketing.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, I have one more question. I hope this wasn't asked before. If you never deposited a check, is it somewhere? Like, could you get it again? I'm just wondering if that happens.
yeah, like if you,
How would you know? Yeah. There's a check you didn't get. Would it show? In my back office, I don't think it shows if you cashed a check.
I mean, I would make sure that like as you're looking at your earnings, your statement in your back office, looking at your commissions, just kind of reconcile, okay, here's this period and I got this check, because it keeps them all in there.
I just think I got confused at the beginning. I started teaching much classes and I didn't know anything about the compensation plan and I didn't know what I was making and I think I missed some checks, so I'm just wondering if there's a way to
I would
find out.
Because in the back office, it's not gonna say like this one's cashed,
Yeah.
like it won't.
You just have to write your
Why
own.
you just show me some checks that are not cashed. You can show that.
I'm sure their accountant does. It's not something that we like manage every month. It's obviously some people just don't like, they've got three sitting around, but we don't know what they're doing. So we don't know if they're lost or they're.
I think there's a positive thing record.
Yeah.
Because that on the same missions.
Reconcile.
Because I think they saw her.
90 days. 9 years. 9 years, under 20 days, I think that was half the check. How touch, then we just use that.
So we just have a couple minutes left, so I just want to go over some of the things. Some of these things we've already gone over and touched on. But important to realize, fast start and retail will pay together. Those two, because retail is on your retail customers, so that will always pay you. And I should point out, retail will pay even if you're not active. So that's one thing. Like you will miss out on your fast start if you're not active, but retail always pays because it's always there. So you're going to get that difference between retail and wholesale pricing. Important to realize sometimes this is something people don't understand, but fast start orders, once they pay out, because you get 20% on that fast start. Once they pay out for secondary commissions, your weekly commissions, they don't then pay out again for your monthly commissions. So that fast start is just on the first order, and you get that 20%. And that's why you're always going after ranking as an instructor, because once you're ranking as an instructor, you're getting that 20% ongoing. So that's kind of what you're always chasing. But fast start is on the first order, and then after that, if you want to get paid, once you're bringing in your new instructors, one of the most important things for them to understand is, yes, you're going to get this cash infusion with your fast start, and everybody who orders from you, because you're going to place an order as an instructor, you're going to have your 50 or your 100 PD. you're gonna get that fast start, but then to earn on your people and your downline ongoing, second, third, fourth order, they need to be ranking at least apprentice rank, because that's how you're gonna get, if apprentice rank, you're at least gonna get 10%, and you get money on your own orders, you get 10% on your own purchases, and of those so make sure that they understand that yes, that fast start is there to be that cash shot in the arm of, you get that money and that's awesome, but make sure, okay, that second month, okay, what am I after? I need to make sure that I'm getting a rank to make sure that I'm getting paid for all those people that are ordering for their second time.
You said it kind of quick enough, I don't know if I caught it or not, you said something about even if you're not active, you get a retail?
Right, so the retail bonus, which is basically if you have a retail customer under you, you're going to get paid the difference between retail and wholesale pricing. So it's basically like 10%. That retail bonus pays out even if you're not active. So you need to be active for all the other commission types, but retail, technically you'll get no matter what.
So just because they bought something.
Right, yeah. So even if you're not doing anything in the business and somebody orders from you 3 months down the road, you're still gonna get a check, or it will accrue in your, because that's the other thing about checks and propay. The minimum for a check is 20, but the minimum for propay is only 10. So if you only earn $2, it goes into your, basically your account, and it holds until you get enough for it. So that's another benefit. I'm not sure if we did touch on this a little bit, but it's important enough to just very briefly again. So as you rank higher, there's some people that are like, well, what's my benefit? Because if I'm not counting towards my TTV, you want, their wins are your wins. So if you have somebody under you who's doing really well, you want to push them to that next rank, because if they have 2,000 PTV and they get to instructor rank, that's awesome, because that 2,000 also counts towards you. And we might skip to the end just so I can show you, your OV, because your OV is really what exponentially takes you somewhere. If you push them to the next rank, which is 5,000 for bronze instructor, that 5,000 is also coming towards you. So you really want to push them to do well, because their successes are your successes. And the more people that you have under you that are going to be building their business and ranking up higher, that just pushes you up even higher too. So bring them with you, they're really, that's really what's going to take you somewhere in the company, because it's really not hard to get to our first instructor rank, and that PTV and that PV will take you to any rank that you want to. At that point, it's just what you do with your organization. So I'm not sure, we have a little bit more, but I'm not sure.
Well, we decided to keep going because you're crossing over into the first
Okay,
one.
cool.
Yeah,
Sorry.
No, it's fine, I think this is really critical stuff for them to understand, so we just go ahead.
Okay, so we'll kind of go over some of the things. I know we skipped a little bit over primary, but basically primary commissions are your monthly commissions, and they cover all things other than retail and fast start. So this is part of secondary retail bonus. We've talked about this a few times. So basically the difference between retail and wholesale will pay out to you. So all of your retail customers will pay this out to you, and no active requirement on this one. Fast start, we've also talked about again. One of the things that we haven't really touched on a huge amount is, you get 20% for your first level, but fast start is 4 levels deep. So if you have an instructor who enrolls an instructor, you're going to get 5% on that person who's second level. And then if they enroll an instructor, you get 5% on that person. So, if you're duplicating this model, and you make sure that, okay, this person comes in, if they can afford an emerald kit, that's awesome. And you're getting 20% on them. If they're duplicating, then you get 5% on that emerald kit that next person buys. And it keeps going until you're 4 levels deep. So really, those are people that you probably don't even know very well, but you're still getting paid. So Fast Start is really an awesome commission type. So personal team sales bonus, this is starting into the primary commission types. And this is basically talking about, that second month. Okay, what are they trying to do to be able to earn beyond Fast Start? And our first level here is apprentice. So the first thing that you can earn primary commissions on is apprentice rank. It's your 50 PV. So if you buy 50 PV in a product, then you already have that one checked off the list. You need 1,000 PTV. So that means if you have 10 customers who order $100, so there is your 1,000 PTV. And as an apprentice, you will receive 10% on your own purchase and 10% of all of your downline purchases as well. And you can see here, so personal purchases, enrolled customers, enrolled members, you'll get 10% on all of them. The reason that you get 0% on enrolled apprentices, we have a special commission type for if, as you're building, we don't want you to lose out. If you have people that you have apprentices under you and you're an apprentice yourself, we have a special bonus type for that. So it's not like you're getting nothing, but in this structure, it's not a payout. As an instructor, that's obviously what you're going for, because once you get instructor and above, you get 20%. 20% on your own, 20% on your downline, and on apprentices, you get 10% because obviously they're getting that other 10%. That's where that's going. We have a little graphic here. Hopefully this makes sense, but obviously as an apprentice at the top here, the PC is for preferred customer, M is for member, C is for customer, and I is for instructors. So kind of the graphic there. Apprentice level bonuses, this is what I was talking about. If you have apprentices under you, we don't want you to miss out because you have somebody who's maybe rank advancing at the same pace as you. So as an apprentice, if you have an apprentice under you, we're going to give you 5% of their purchases because we still want you to get something, and that's still benefit for pulling them along with you.
So what's the difference between a member and a customer?
A member is basically an instructor who hasn't ranked yet. So everybody who signs up for the business, like to be involved in the compensation plan, is considered a member because they're not a customer. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay, level bonus is where it starts to get really cool. So instructors, you as instructors, if you have instructors below you, here's another benefit because, we already talked about the benefit of ranking, but this is also another way to kind of reach down and get things multiple levels. Fast Start, we already have multiple levels. Now, level bonus is also the same thing. So we have some graphics that I'll maybe show you, but basically, if you have an instructor below you and you're an instructor, you're going to get paid 5% on your first level instructors.
Instructor rank.
Yes, because they have to be getting paid at the same. And if they have an instructor below them, you're going to get 4%. This keeps going, compounding down. This is the one that's 5 levels deep. So as you progress in rank, you will get paid on your downline. And obviously, as this gets bigger, you're getting a smaller percentage, but it's of a bigger pie. So this really has the potential to do great things for you financially.
So this is just your levels of instructors, not their customers and stuff.
Well, because it bases on their PTV, it's on their customers, but basically it's of their group. If you look at it as, you're on this first level, you have instructors and all of their people. So they're their own little bubble, and you get 5% on them in their level, and below them, 4%.
So you don't, unlike if you have an instructor who has people under them, you're not making anything on people under them until you hit bronze?
Sorry, say that
I
again.
thought it was what, when you hit instructor. Okay, so I have an instructor under me, and then she's got her downline people.
Right.
But I'm looking at this thinking, does that mean I won't make anything on the people under her until I hit bronze instructor?
No, you'll still, she'll be your level 1 instructor, so you get 5% on her and her team.
Oh, her whole team I do. It's just the people under them.
Right, so if she has, so then like you as an instructor, if you have an instructor on your team, then you're gonna get 5% on her and her team. And then if she has an instructor, let's do the real life example again. So Nikki's my instructor and she has her whole team. I'm gonna get 5% on her.
Okay.
And then she has Kristen, who's also an instructor. She gets 5, I get 4. So it just kind of keeps going. So, yeah.
So it's the instructor and their team.
Yeah, so it's really, the instructors are where you're kind of looking for as your break points. Everybody good on this? So I think graphically, we'll look at this one. So basically what I just explained. So you at the top here as an instructor, as you can see, Kristen's made this graphic so that you can see in blue your next instructor. So your first level instructor there, this blue one at the top here, that's where you get 5% on their team. Or I'm sorry, on her team here, this blue one. But she has an instructor under her, so she's second level to you. So this 5% goes to her. Oh, I'm sorry, this one is just an instructor level, so that's why there's not 4%. Does that make sense? So this is just your first level, and this is as you as an instructor. So you're only eligible for the first level, 5%. But as you rank higher, let's go back and look at that for a second, because I realize I probably just made everyone confused. So you are basically eligible for your level 1, 5%. As you get higher, you're going to get deeper into the plan. So as you get higher here, you're going to get more.
And you have to rank that each month.
Right, yes. But it gets easier. Because as you reach that rank, you have that many more people in your downline that are gonna order again the next month because either they're preferred customers or because they're instructors below you that are also trying to do the same thing and rank themselves up. So as your organization grows, it's gonna be easier to do that right off the bat from day one. So it takes some work to get there, but once that momentum starts building, it's a lot easier to achieve every month. So that was the graphic as an instructor, and just to kind of solidify this, as a bronze instructor, I know it's a little bit crazy looking, but basically this is just showing you, you're looking for your instructors and the instructors below them. So instructors are always the point that you're looking for. And on your first level, you get your 5%. Their instructors below that, you get 4%. So as you can see graphically, you have somebody here who's at 5% because they're on your first level because they're below a number. So dynamic compression means that's going to come up to you. There's not one below them, so that's a bad example to start with, but we look at this one over here. As we go down to this person who's an instructor below them, you're going to get 4% on all of their team. And this person here gets 5% on them. So you're getting, as this person, you're getting 5 and 4. And this person gets 4. And so it just kind of snowballs from there. The level bonus is really awesome. You know, Fast Start is a great thing, and it's awesome that it's 4 levels deep. The level bonus is going to take you places for sure. There's mud. As we get into the higher ranks, we have the leadership pools, which are basically you're going to get a percentage of the entire company's profitability. So diamond pool, you're going to get 2 shares, and basically it means 1% of all the company's commissionable volume. All diamond instructors receive 2 shares of this 1%. And so as you get to the diamond rank, you know, it says right here, so you have 2 shares in the diamond pool. As you get to the emerald rank, you know, that's 1% of all the commissionable volume of the company. And you'll get 1 share in the diamond pool and 1 share in the emerald pool. So this basically means that all of everybody's everything in the entire company, once you get up to this point, you're sharing in all of it. So you can imagine the kind of profitability you're looking at once you get up to this rank. So basically, this is just an overview. You know, this is in your back office. This is something that you can look at. Something to familiarize yourself with, because it's not, you know, when somebody joins the company, they're not going to get into these nitty-gritty details that we just got into today, but it's good for them to know the basics. What I would tell them as soon as they join, make sure that they know about Fast Start. Make sure that they understand what it means. Make sure that they know that they need to at least be placing an order or have retail customers below them that are going to be kind towards their PV. Just make sure that they basically understand that. Like, when you're doing the business, make sure that you order at least 50 PV per month, because you know for sure that you are covered. And then make sure that they know that in their second month, that if they want to earn beyond Fast Start, that they need to be ranking. That can be a huge disincentive. Like if somebody starts going and they're really doing well, and they have a class in their second month, and they say, "Oh, I had all these nice orders," but if they haven't ranked and they're second-time orders for their customers, they're not going to get paid on them unless they're at least an apprentice. So make sure, just do them the service of making sure that you understand deeply enough that you can tell them these things and kind of get them on the path. And then make sure that they watch the training in the back office, because we cover all of these things in depth. But you know, if you ever have questions on commissions, please send it greensmoothiebill.com. Send me any questions that you have. You can send them to Sammy. If Sammy needs help on them, she'll send them over to me, but we'll get you figured out.
Just by show of hands, I'd love to know who has watched this video in the back office. So most of you have, right? And I think, and if you are still confused, that is so normal. I mean, I've sat in on meeting after meeting about this compensation plan that's being built and designed and built into the software, and I wrote and recorded the training on it. And because Annie is in these details every single day with her job, she knows it in and out. But I have to go back and look at this to, oh, how does that work again? And I have been exposed to it probably 100 times more than you have. So don't feel bad that it's hard to understand. It is a difficult concept. And just revisit it over and over and try to master one level at a time so you understand what happens when you move from one rank to another. It's kind of a complex cascade of things that happen. But that ranking up does affect your ability to earn more from what's going on. So,
thanks, everybody.
Good job.
Okay, we're done. Okay.
Well, I'll just say this, we were out of time, and I gave Andy my time because I had the last 15 minutes. The part I presented that I prepared was how to do a few things in the back office that I've been specifically asked about. If you want to stay another 15 minutes, I can read through it. Or we do have a list of how-to videos we are coming out with over the next month or two that will cover really most all of those things. So totally up to you. You can leave if you want.
Or 15 minutes back office tech issues, I know you guys requested, or we go.
I'm staying.
I would say, well, you're here. Go for it.
Okay.
She's taking her clothes off.
We're getting serious. Getting serious, or it's 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon. Okay, I will be really quick. All right, so we're going to talk about a little bit about back office, some nuts and bolts about that, and any questions you have anytime, raise your hand, let me know. And I've got 2 people here who know it way better than I do, so hopefully we'll get your question answered. And unfortunately, we do have some limitations just because of our software, but we're constantly working on improving it and workarounds. So first thing I want to talk about is a really simple concept. Logging out is a big bad deal, and it's a big deal because for those of you who log in and out of your account and into customers' accounts, if you haven't logged out of yours and you're logging into another one, there will be some confusion there on what you do. Now, there's an overarching issue here that I want to address, and that is, if you're in and out of your customers' accounts, make sure you have their permission. Now, when you get an order form and it has their signature on it and they have checked the box for terms and conditions, that means they're agreeing to a huge contract with GSGLife, that they are okay with, that they can use the back office, that they can access that information and set up a password. So it's a legally binding contract, so it's kind of a big deal. So that order form is much more than an order form. It is a contract between that customer and GSGLife for us to set up their back office, and that they are agreeing to these terms and conditions. So it's kind of a big deal when you go in and set that up for them. Make sure that you have their permission to do that, by then check that box, and that they understand that you're going in and setting up their account. Best practices, in my opinion, are instead of you just going in and setting up their account, you get on the phone with them and walk them through setting up their own account. That will take care of a lot of the problems we see on our end, and a lot of the frustration you will have on your end, because then they will at least understand they have a password, they know where to go to log in, and those issues, and then they can, teach a man to fish, right? He can feed himself. So that's kind of the other bigger issue, best practices issue I wanted to mention in that portion. So how many of you know where the training videos are in the back office? Okay, good. That's my point. So just a quick overview, if you don't know where they are, they're in the back office under library, and once you get there, this is the page you will see, and as you scroll down, there will be several headings there, and there's the one called training videos. The videos we have are the party plan training video, which goes start to finish, how to set up a party, how to collect orders for the party, how to close the party, how to collect host rewards. So that is all in that video, okay? Also the compensation and commissions training, and then how to change your auto ship. Now that auto ship one, you can go to YouTube and get the URL and send it to your customers. So that if they're like, how do I change my auto ship? Oh, watch this awesome little video. And we will have more for customers like that, so that it will help them get more independent, help you teach them how to take care of themselves. That's our goal, is you have to mentor them for a little bit. You're the mama bird and with the baby birds in the nest, beep, 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 for a little while, and then you shove them out of the nest and they learn to fly. Okay? So that's our goal as much as it is your goal. Okay.
And we do try to help out, like every month, we reach out to all the new preferred customers in the entire organization, and we say, welcome, and here's what's going on as a preferred customer, and we send them this video to say, here's how to update your auto ship. So we try to cover you whenever we possibly can.
And we're adding to that body of
information. A couple of the questions, so we reached out and said, what questions, check questions do you have? And so I'm answering some of those in this presentation. How do you find your customers' information? First of all, you go to your back office and click on genealogy under your downline. And this is an actual person's, so I've crossed out the private information here, but you're going to click on the customer's name there in red, and this pop-up box will come up. It will show their picture and their name. Right there it says their ID, it shows their rank, it shows their phone number, and then you can see, if you click on order history, which is, right there, order history, once you click on that, you can see here every order they've placed. Now, here's the kicker. If they're in your first line, underneath in your first level, you'll be able to click on that and see what was in the order. If it is not in your first level, if it's lower,
see stuff.
you will still be able to see that, but you will not be able to see the specific things they ordered in that order. Okay? So this is a powerful tool for you. If you know a person directly under you, if they have a particular favorite product, you can look at what they've been ordering, and over time, if you feel like, hey, they've been ordering this, but I can really easily upsell them to this, that's a great conversation to have. So if you have the time and would like to dig into those orders, they're there for you. Again, that's where you click on the order number and you can see exactly what order they placed. How do I track a package? First and most easy way is the email that you received. You'll get 2 emails. When you place the order, you'll get a confirmation email that you placed an order. You'll get a second email once that goes out, because we have to, it goes from our system to our fulfillment company's warehouse system, and then they assign a tracking number and kick it back to us. That process sometimes takes 2 days for you to get that tracking number back.
Even though we ship daily.
Yeah, even though we, yes.
Except weekends and holidays.
Yes,
Sometimes
so
that's the disconnect.
exactly. So weekends are a little dicey because our fulfillment company doesn't ship on weekends. So there is sometimes a lag there. But that's the first place. If you don't have that email, don't worry, that you can go to your shop and track order. And then you can see here all of your orders, their status, the tracking number, the order date, and if it was shipped or not. So you can use that tracking number and track it. Okay.
Krista, before you go on, can preferred customers, do they still have the ability to go on your shop and track order? Is that still there now?
Sure.
Yeah. And so they can
And they can
look
see the
on their own
orders.
account and they can see the tracking, and you're sending an email that tells them when it's coming. So when my customers call me, tell me they don't know how to find a package, there's 2 ways they can find their own package.
Yes.
This is where I need to talk to you guys. Well, and they can always just email me, and I can check it, and I can actually click on that, which I do all the time. I'll check it out, and I'll send a screenshot.
But we would prefer that they're not asking you or Sammy. So let's teach them.
Yes.
This is where you look, and I know that gets.
I just wanted to confirm that because I thought that was the case, but I had a couple people last month who were like,
I think some people.
If they really can't find it, send it to us and we'll double check that everything's there.
they get an email
Yep.
and they've got a place in their
Because retail
box.
customers don't get a back office, so they only have the one. They only have the one, they only have the email, but really, email I think it's pretty standard. You know,
Well, and I
place
love the
order.
back office for because they can go in and they have some of the same training videos we do. So they have the training video on how to change their auto ship and
Preferred customers, yeah, we leave that available.
yeah.
Because
So
we want them.
you can track it in their back office for preferred and they get email.
Yep.
And there, you are going to have customers who barely know how to turn their computer on. And so for them to remember a password, to log in and find the back office is probably so overwhelming for them, they don't, and those are probably the ones, and they probably never check their email. So they're the ones that are calling you like, how do I, what, I have email? Do I have an email? What's that? So there's a learning curve there, and that can be a little bit hard, and it might be worth it to teach them how to use their email or to keep track of their passwords. Remember that password you created and the website you went to and those kinds of things. Okay, did you cover rank qualification module? I might have been the other one.
Drilled that.
Did you? Okay, because I was going to do that again.
Let's do it.
This was at the request of Sammy. But I also, we actually went to a lot of effort to build this module exactly the way we want it to, because the standard that came with the software didn't give you enough information to really understand what was going on in your qualifications. So this is really critical, and it's on your front page, the bottom left. It's called rank qualifications. This will tell you where I am today, what I need to do to rank to whatever rank by the end of the month. Okay, so you'll come to this window and you'll say, oh, I want to be a bronze instructor by the end of the month. And to do that, I need 2,000 personal team volume, I need 5,000 organizational volume, and I need 3,000 in my non-high leg volume. And right now I have 2,900 here, 14,000 here, 8,000 here. So I'm qualified. Blue means, I think it's actually, it's like a teal. The teal means I'm qualified on all three things, and I rank as a bronze instructor. It's gonna work for me.
It'll be red and it won't be full.
Yeah.
So it's obvious.
And when you ask me questions, that's where I
That's
go
where she
first.
looks.
That's where I look first,
So
and
do I.
I will always tell you.
We don't have anything special.
This is what we look at, yeah.
Yeah, they aren't doing any math in their heads. They're looking at this module to see what's going on for you. Another important piece, your biggest leg is ID number, and I blocked this out. ID number, you know, whatever it'll be. So this is someone in this person's downline that has their biggest leg volume. That is important because that's how you rank on the non-high leg volume. So the tricky part about that concept, and you probably said it, but I'm going to say it again, is in all the people underneath you, you have one person who is doing the most. Okay, they're producing the most. We allow you to have 40% of your volume in that one person. All 60% has to come from all the rest. So if you've got one person just killing it and you're just kicking back, like, man, she's killing it and I don't have to do anything. That's to help you even out your whole team so that you have a wide variety of people who are working and you know who to train. So we tell you who that person is so that you can say, well, if I'm not qualifying in my non-high leg volume, I need to work everywhere except her. I need to be calling my other people. I need to be helping them so that I can get their volume up to meet where she is to that 60-40 level. And don't try to do the math because it's really, it'll twist your brain in a knot. That's why we put that there, because you need those two pieces of information to go together. This bottom one goes with this information, and you're gonna wanna know that and practice looking at that. So anyway, this is an example of a person who's like, I want to be bronze instructor by the end of the month. What do I need to do? And this also the green PV. I've got my 100 PV for the month, so I'm good there. So this person's good for bronze instructor. Well, what if she says, I want to go to the next level, which is silver instructor? By the end of the month, she would need that 2,000, which always stay the same. This is always 2,000, and this is always 100, right? So those two top ones are always going to be the same requirement. But here, organizational volume, she's got to be at 15,000 to be a silver instructor, but she's got 14.3. So she knows she's got to push it a little bit to get 700 more in her organizational volume, which, if you have an organization this big, probably is to be doable. Non-high leg volume, she's got to have that at 9%, 9,000, and she's at 8,700. So she's got to go to everybody but this person and get them working so she can meet that. She only needs 300 more. This is why this is such a powerful tool, because you can see exactly where you need to go and exactly what you need to do to set your monthly goal. I suggest you go on the 1st and the 5th of every month, and you're checking this every 5 days, every month.
Click on all the bubbles, everything's all interactive. Fun.
It is, but this is not something you just pretend isn't there. This is your most powerful tool. Every 5 days, check it. Every 5 days, am I on track for my goal for the end of the month?
And make sure you check a lot the last day of the month.
And check.
And it will go nuts the last few days of the month. Right.
But we can have returns, we try not to do them right then, but
Yep.
still check.
So this is your best friend. If you're serious about being a business builder, this is your best friend. Okay?
And I was also gonna say that it's important for people to know that even though it's a 60-40, it doesn't mean you just have to have 2 people. You
Right.
have one rock star that's
Yeah.
40%, and everyone else can be customers.
Yeah.
60% can be
That's
customers. You don't need 2 instructors to do this.
That's correct.
You just need 40 and 60, right? So
Of
you
your
have-
total volume of purchases of retail customers, preferred customers,
So
instructors.
if Heather ended up being like my 40%,
Mhm.
I would have to just snatch 60% with anyone.
Right.
Customers, preferred, other
Exactly.
enrollers.
Right.
So don't feel like you need 2 people.
Or mine's all been me.
Or all
Yeah.
customers, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
just like-
Right.
while you're just starting out,
So
before
just
you
know that,
really
because I
are.
think a lot of people think, oh, I've got one person and now I don't know what to do, because I don't have anybody else. You don't need anybody else, you just need you and get your customers.
Exactly. And you really don't even have to have one strong person.
Right.
The idea of this is to try to keep you in some kind of a balance.
Yes.
So that's a great, distinction.
And sometimes your biggest label is your customer.
Exactly.
It'll be
That's
your, your customer.
And then it's easy. Then it's really easy. So, but thank you. That's a really important distinction that I wouldn't have. Okay, that was actually all I prepared. I knew I only had 15 minutes. So that was kind of the high points. Always look in your back office for questions, ask us to support, watch for new videos that are gonna be coming out, and we're gonna try to, that back office, we know, I mean, Nikki and I were sitting over here going, for months, we have been needing to
There's so much in
to redo that back office. We are very limited by the structure. We can't change the structure of it, but we've been talking about other ways to create a totally different tool that might be more helpful. So we're talking about it and we're aware, and you're welcome to ask us anytime about things that are coming in ways we can be better. Yes.
I had a question. When you were talking about walking your customers through setting up their account, is there a video to show that? Because I had a customer just set up their account as a preferred customer on the 31st, and I was looking at her screen and I was kind of confused because I haven't seen it.
It's been a tricky issue for us because our software has been, over the last year, we're gonna keep saying we're beta as long as we can get away with that.
For like 10 years.
Because our software company has been saying, oh, we're gonna do this, we're gonna make this change. We have also been wanting to do some custom changes to that sign up process. And so I have put off making that specific video because of that, but after today, I think I'm gonna do it because it's silly to wait any longer, and it's something you guys need. So I'll do it now, and then I'll just do it again once we make whatever changes we're gonna make.
Because we know that we want to make things easy for you guys. So based on the feedback that you've given us, we're making changes to the own process.
I've even toyed with the idea of when somebody goes in and clicks on I want to become a customer, they have to watch the video before they can even get to the sign up process. So I don't know if that would be too cumbersome, but I think it would be helpful, even if customers are like, what? They'll be glad that we did that. But that's, I don't know, now he's giving me this.
I like it, but you hate for people who are ready to order, because sometimes it's like, oh, I want that product now, and they lose interest in the day.
And there might be a way we can program it where there's a skip this video, where we could say skip this video, so the video.
You don't want to, just don't want to lose the customer just because they don't have enough time to sit and watch video.
Yeah.
But I like the idea. I like where you're going.
Well, I probably will have voiceover on it. There are places along the way where we'll want to coach people, so I think we'll probably have voiceover, but you can, mute it on your computer. And I'll probably, if we do that, the only way I would do it is if we can make a video optional, so you can opt out of it if you don't want to watch it. And if there's just more, if you guys are like, no way, it's fine. It's really about what you want. You guys know the user experience much better than I do. So I really value that feedback and take it into consideration.
I was just saying, I'm enrolling most of mine, the initial setup anyway, so, I don't know if that'd be helpful if I had to skip over that video every time.
Well, I think it might be helpful to you over the long haul if you are on the phone with your customer and they are doing it as you walk them through it.
It empowers them to do all of those things themselves so that you can have more time. Time is money, your time is valuable. Like you can put a dollar amount on your time, what, $25 an hour, right? So all of that time that you're saving, that 5-10 minutes that you're sitting helping them set this up, you're gonna be making so much, you have so much more opportunity to make so much more money, or spend it with your family, whatever you need to do.
Because 30 days later, when their auto ship shows up and they're like, what, I didn't order this, I didn't. And they're coming to you with that, could have been avoided by having that initial training where you set them up over the phone, have them do it, and then they know how to use the tool. So just a thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another thing when that happens, my biggest piece of advice is don't panic. We will always take care of you. We will always do our best to answer the questions, to fix things, to make everything work well. So just don't panic. Breathe. Second, just breathe, and then let us know, and we'll take care of you.
You do.
I just
thank you guys for all the information in the back office. I can't tell you how valuable it is and how hard you guys work, and I love everything that's out there. So I know it's a lot of stuff, but thank you so much. We are so lucky to have that. We are so lucky to have
And we are so glad you're using it.
Yeah, thanks for plowing
Thank
through
you
it for
yes.
really, you guys, you know.
Love you.
Okay, tonight's challenge is you gotta talk to a potential customer or a recruit.
We're gonna take the shuttle. We're
taking
the shuttle.
And whoever comes back with proof of whatever tomorrow morning wins a huge prize, and Nikki's the one giving you the prize. Plus a customer that I got at the hotel. She's ready to rock and roll. Tomorrow morning is your day. We're gonna do the disc personality, but more importantly, Robin and the team is doing some special recognition because a lot of you have made some very special achievements. So it's gonna be your morning tomorrow. So again, tomorrow's a half day. And tonight, whatever you want to do, just don't come back with a hangover tomorrow. And then I have a sheet going around.
You know where you are.
I got a sheet going around. Okay, have a wonderful night. Get you a good night's sleep. And I know a lot of you are detoxing. This was tough. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. 9 o'clock.
Yeah, well, here's
I don't even know, because I don't know like what type of stuff. You can take it into my basement and break it down. Like, all the three so like right before we went, look at your swing shift. Like, Ross, you said all right. Look at me. For 2 hours. I mean, really. Thank you for the free I know. Right, don't worry about I have no idea. My kids are all fine. I think you're way too comfortable back here on the couch, girl. You got way too much time on your hands. I would have gone if I already started. Yes, I was in the every time I hear vanilla, whatever, chocolate, and bring it to free items. And then she went, lucky that you eat so big. I love it. She said I'm afraid to like give out one second.
on and tried to sign up at Maple and it's her customer sign up for try up again and they've not called me like my sister I've been with her how long and all of a sudden she's like calling me I signed up last month and she doesn't say anything. Well no and she doesn't she's like I signed up and I have to work here whatever I'm not seeing the discount. I don't know if I order it myself, but it wasn't that like I
there's a girl who's in and her they sure are. But then she does I was my mom and
well, I think it's going to be constant. I think that's completely overwhelming because I know I want better, and pizza is like a positive. Right. Right. Wow. I mean, I think about that all the time too, but I think that just overwhelming as well. I need to find a better way to express this. Right. I think that's what, like, you have to share it with everyone and make it because I oh, not cigarettes. You know, I love the cigarette. I'm walking on the back of your jacket. Let's take the tub and you guys not trying to come tonight? Yes. She just left my house. She was an that's 3 hours. Anywhere north of Salt Lake. You must be on the North Coast. You're in the North. Where's your life? Still not makes sense. Not I'm not trapped. I've been to really in Idaho. Really in Idaho. You guys must be on the edge. We're about an hour and a half away from Idaho. We live just like 10 We need to get you a geography class. I know, man. I love your class. I have to manage your emotions because are there still customers? Or one is Harvey still is, and she's a believer in probiotic. She has Crohn's and it's mechanism she's got but it's heartbreaking because I love that. She worked so hard. She did it in like 6 months. She was really perfect. And then 100% tells her every time she teaches in class, so he's he does not help her with her twins. So she would get a babysitter, and then she'd have me orders, and she just had it all. She had absolutely, it wasn't just like, it was just like, why are you doing this? And then it came to frustrating with me, because I was making her do it, and I'm not making you do anything, I work home. And she was so, and then that was her last try at 19 weeks. So I mean, they want something. Yeah. Well, or they she is like so good. She's like, I don't know, when I see it, she's fine. She always wants to but her husband went to New Mexico, bought the house, and she did it, and she had not seen it on until last week. We just barely moved her. So her kids were with her. Kids were with my mom, dad, and me and my sisters. We were like raising the children while she was sandwiches just down there. That was another reason why we were just like, we can't take care of this. Now we have to let us twins in a bunny. My parents both work. I live 45 minutes away. So what's up? You're mean. You're mean. We just roll up. That's all we do. You're never wrong. So if you're looking out that's why I just like the team. If you want to look where you are, if you got a buddy or two, my team, I need help. Because you're never I used to just text and she would be trying to get me or every now and again, or she would tell us and then more responsibility one of the oh yeah, I'm super excited. Well, I remember talking to her about that, and I was like, not all of those founders are going to even be around in that. And so I was like, Joe, the other opportunity, even if they're not, like, you just stay with it. You're in the team. Yeah. But eventually they're going to. And so I don't know. And that's why I was really surprised when they did. And they really you should never go back to when you're like, even had a good for 10 years. So like, I got it. But I even though I worked for a mom, and then I like got it. I have to find her sister. I know some like where was the word we were if you don't speak their own reality, they're super independent and they know everything in their one. So you were thinking about it. You just felt like so the parents they were still very they got still for the entire weekend. All like small days. You know, do you think like a weird it's like pretty much level 1. They're like it sounds like they're really bad. Which is I can understand. Oh man, I needed more water today. So now the route is
That makes me, yeah.
No, it's just, it's weird.